everyone. I am Priyanka Pawar, your host for the day, and I welcome you to very first edition of Games, Esports and More Summit, brought to you by animationexpress.com and indiantelevision.com. We at indiantelevision.com and animationexpress.com have been initiating virtual roundtables and webinar conversation across the media and entertainment and AVGC industry over the last few months to ensure that it provides continued meaningful insights to markets, brands and agencies, and businesses from across the ecosystem. This is the first time we are bringing our focus on something which is fresh, growing, and really exciting: gaming. Covering a gamut of areas across the entire gaming ecosystem, this summit intends on bringing all stakeholders of the industry under one roof and conduct meaningful knowledge sharing sessions which help the industry in growing. We have an exciting 2-day lineup packed with some of the best names from the industry: game development, esports, tech, streaming, brands, and more are the topics that we will traverse through. Being one of the fastest growing industries right now, we thought of putting together this forum to hear experts' opinion, anecdotes, and tips for the enthusiasts who want to be a part of this industry. So, without much further ado, let's begin. But first, I would like to thank our partners for their immense support. This event is co-powered by Tata Communications, associate partner Cape Titans Games, our support partner Loco, a Pocket Aces product. I would now like to introduce founder, CEO, editor-in-chief of Animation Express and IndianTelevision.com Group, Mr. Anil Vanwari, to share his vision and his thoughts about this virtual summit. Welcome, Mr. Vanwari, and over to you.
Thank you, Priyanka. We call her Pri, and that's her. That's how she shortens her name. Thank you, Pri. Uh, Welcome to all the 5,000 odd people who are watching us on all our outlets online, whether it's Animation Express, IndianTelevision.com, our social media outlets. A big welcome a very hearty welcome to all of you. I hope all of you in shorts and t-shirts. This is a gaming get-together. This is not a suited, booted get-together. So thank you all for coming together for GEMS, which is games, esports, and more. And yeah, games and esports and more are really a gem, a precious stone today in today's environment. My name is Anil Vanwari. I'm the founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of the IndianTelevision.com group, of which AnimationExpress.com is a part. It's our first initiative in the space of games, major initiative actually, in the space of games, esports, and more. I'm fascinated with this world, which keeps hundreds of millions engrossed for hours and hours at an end. It allows a gamer, this entire ecosystem, it allows a gamer such as PewDiePie and a YouTube influencer to transform into one of the most watched YouTubers, giving him a career that many of us can only dream of. Make videos, play games, and make money. And remember, we're not in any physical combat sport. You're not fighting in a ring, punching up and getting bleeding. You're not on a football field getting smashed, or not in a cricket field getting a ball which is breaking your finger or pulling a muscle like they've been doing in the IPL in the last few days. We've got a few players out of action. The gamers sit in a lovely fancy gaming chair. They battle others the world over. Research company Newzoo has estimated that pro gamers will generate $1 billion in revenues this year. Wow, that seems fascinating. Gaming and esports is a serious business. We all have to understand that. Let's just run through the past 6 to 9 months. The pandemic sent Hollywood, Bollywood into a tailspin, plunged travel into its deepest funk in memory, and left restaurant owners on the brink of starvation. Things are opening up now, but for those few months, it seemed like the world is coming to an end. And video game makers, well, they thrived. People stayed stuck at home for months, they picked up controllers, consoles, mobile handsets, and they, to ease the lockdown blues, they stole cars, they hunted zombies, they played Ludo, they played all fantasy sports. And, they started also planting trees in villages full of talking animals. Industry's second quarter US sales jumped 30% from the previous year to $11.6 billion, according to researcher NPD Group. Shares of every game development company or platform leapt like nobody's business. There's a platform called Roblox, which has emerged. It's a game platform where kids hang out and teachers sneak lessons into the mix. They climbed from 150 million users in February to 150 million in July. Electronic Arts, the maker of games such as Madden NFL and FIFA, says it added tens of millions of new players during the outbreak. Even our Dream 11 added, which is getting the IPL going at this moment, added hundreds of millions of new subscribers, or tens of million more precisely. So the gaming industry is really serious business. Let's look at Roblox. It offers millions of games, some designed to surreptitiously teach the 3 Rs. There are close to 600 lessons, even in another learning gaming platform called Minecraft. Students, they explore virtual worlds out of blocks that look like something like Legos. And they start to learn about Florence, Italy. They hang out in a decimal fraction garden or hone language skills while exploring a shipwreck. Both the platforms have been used for years in classes, after school clubs, and summer camps built around computer-oriented content. Now they're being adapted to teach everything from physics to politics. Roblox now has 150 million active users, up from 100 million a year ago. And use of the school version of Minecraft, which cost as much as $5 per student per year, has more than doubled this spring and summer. A research firm predicts that Roblox will see sales of $1 billion this year, double of what it made in 2019. And Minecraft will generate more than 600 million, up at least a quarter. So is the Indian government listening? You can use games to also educate kids and keep them engaged. We have a lot of e-learning platforms coming up, and gaming studios is opportunity for you going forward. According to some studies by the Entertainment Software Association in the US, they estimate that 220,000 people are employed by the video game industry. My estimate is it's much larger than that. That's probably the amount of people who are employed in India alone in video games, because you have various parlors, you have various pirates also. I don't want to encourage that, but you have a lot of these illegal versions being sold all over. We in India have a long way to go as far as gaming and esports are concerned. We are taking our first baby steps. We're a casual games nation. We love to stay stuck to our handphones and play games. We have very, very few consoles in millennials' hands. We hope that number goes up, because that encourages a totally different dimension of gameplay. We're also becoming a fantasy games nation, building teams, cricket teams, football teams, and what have you. Real money games are coming in thick and fast. Some are doubtful in terms of what they're encouraging, and the government is examining some of these. Even the Chinese government banned some of these so-called surreptitious gambling games a couple of years ago. I won't name any, but time will tell us who's going to be there and who's not going to be there as the government cracks down on them. On the other hand, esports tournaments are coming up. They're becoming pretty common now. Brands are beginning to understand that the e-gamer audience is an interesting one to tap. That's why we have a brand panel featuring some of the top brands in India as part of GEMS. It's going to be a busy 2 days. And, there's going to be a lot of experts. I'd urge you all to ask questions. I'd urge you all to participate either on our Facebook pages or write to us at animationexpress.com or indiantelevision.com. Let's really build a strong community which helps take this entire gaming and esports ecosystem into the next level. I'd like to thank Tata Communications, Cape Titan Games, and Loco for partnering with us on this initiative that we are doing. It's our first, and we hope it'll be interesting and good and knowledgeable and informative, and help form a very strong community. This year, it's a digital version that we are running. Next year, hopefully, it'll be much larger in a physical place with a digital component too. So please post your questions, engage, tweet GEMS. The hashtag is GEMS, Animation Express GEMS. Tweet everything you can about the game. Let's really viralize this entire ecosystem. A big thank you and have a great 2 days. Goodbye. And it's over to you, Priyanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanwari. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and putting this together, this initiative of bringing together all the stakeholders of industry, from game developers to publishers, brands, platform, esports players, organizers, influencers, streamers, techies, business leaders, analysts, and many more on one platform. To all our viewers, the speakers will be taking your questions. You can share the same in the comments section. Let's commence the summit with our keynote address by Mr. Dhaval Ponda, Global Head, Media and Entertainment Services, Tata Communications. Welcome, Mr. Ponda. And now, over to you.
Hey, good morning, Priyanka and Anil. Am I audible okay?
Yes, you're audible. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning to everyone and to the entire forum from London. As you can see, it's a little bit early over here, so it's a little bit dark, but it's great to be on the forum. And Priyanka, do you have the slides as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. If you can put it up on the screen.
Yeah, thanks, Dhaval, for being a part of this and getting up early in the morning in London. What time is it there?
It's not that early. It's about 6 a.m. But
Wow.
it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure, Anil, to be on the forum. And this is something, a very exciting topic and very close to our hearts. And we are all very passionate about esports. And I'm looking forward to the interaction today.
Excellent. Are you in shorts? That's a mandatory thing for this.
Good guess.
For gents.
Better guess would be, what am I drinking right now?
What are you drinking? And you're welcome. Have a great session.
At a later date.
Good to see you and have a great session.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we can, I think, move on to the first slide. And good morning, good evening to everyone. I know there are some international attendees for the forum as well. So firstly, thanks to the organizers. This is a very interesting topic. And for us personally, we will touch upon why do we look at this segment out of keen interest. So first and foremost, Tata Communications is probably one of the a unique sort of technology player in the world of tier 1 sport. And I say tier 1 in traditional sport because we'll be using some comparison metrics for esports and the entire industry with the traditional sport. And you will see that how the growth into gaming has sort of accelerated and how it is poised to actually become mainstream. And in many areas, it has already become mainstream. Now, let's look at some research. And it is always good to evaluate an industry in terms of its participants and its potential. So as you can see, the number of sort of players in India are growing substantially. They are also a fairly large chunk of the global gaming pool of users. However, if you see the chart in the middle, and this is quite crucial, and it is important to sort of evaluate this chart, where while the Indian gamers make up 15% of the global total, the domestic gaming market size is about 1% of the total value. And this is quite crucial because in any market, in any industry, if you want to grow, you have to attract a significant portion of monetization or commercialization of the total value. Now, if you look at the last chart on the pie chart on the right hand side, what you will find is that the gaming publishers from India are also only about 3% of the total. And this is something that we as an industry should look to substantiate, to support, because the global market for gaming has exploded. They're doing exceptionally well. And we'll also talk about where are they doing well. And then we will also come to the gaming publishers. I think for the wider gaming community, some of this may feel a little bit too technical and a way to look at the industry. But if you look at it and consider, for any given industry, if you look at a sport, when ESPN started, when Netflix started, also when Netflix sort of pivoted to the entirely the PC version, I think the right monetization helped these sort of organizations to become what they are today. And similarly, we are also looking at the gaming sector to also evaluate the monetization opportunities to give us a significantly better industry, to give us significantly better experiences as a community. So let's move on to the next slide. Right. So we have evaluated and we have sort of worked with the gaming industry a lot in United States, in South Korea, in Europe, and we have worked with not only publishers but also technology platforms, individual gaming communities, teams as well. So the chart is self-explanatory, but in order to get into the right the commercial models, we are looking at players, viewers, and most importantly, rights holders. What I mean by rights holders over here are basically, I think some of the attendees are saying they cannot see the presentation, so I think the admin may check that. And for those who are unable to see the presentation, I'll try to keep my comments as explainable as possible, and we'll send the presentation later on as well. So what we're basically showing on the screen over here is the fact that the game developers, the gaming platforms, and players are sort of are members of significant, let's say, active participants of the industry. The rights holders here refer to the broadcasters who actually show esports and gaming content on their channels. And this is quite crucial because increasingly what we are finding is that esports and gaming content is now being treated by these broadcasters as good as the tier one traditional sport. So the moment you have the same importance given to an esport and a gaming tournament in India that you get for a cricket tournament that is being watched by millions of viewers, you're also going to attract the kind of rights holding sort of fee that you would charge from a tier one sports broadcaster. And a very interesting point over here is the engagement factor. So what we are finding is the engagement factor for everyone who is participating in this from a viewing perspective, from a playing perspective, is significantly high. So we know that esports and gaming content is consumed over significantly long amounts of time. People spend hours doing that. But not only that, people are doing it quite regularly. It is becoming a part of everyone's life. And this is quite crucial because these broadcasters are now coming to us and talking about aggregating and acquiring esports content for their viewers globally. And the rights holding fee that is generated on the right hand side is something that is going to sustain and reinforce the community on the left. So if you are a participant in this industry, if you are a publisher, try to find out if you can attach yourself to a tier one sponsorship or a branding logo who would want to be associated with over a 5 or a 10-year horizon. If you're an esport team, try to understand how can your content be unique. Can you have other content outside of the gaming content, explaining the players, explaining their backgrounds, like we've had with some successful esport teams in South Korea, in California, in London here as well. I think that is something that people are going to look out for the next champion or champions of the esport world. People are going to want to understand significantly more in terms of who are they and where are they coming from, and that is a sort of content that also sustains engagement and active viewership. If you go back, the first documentaries in the champions of golf and the champions of NBA, champions of cricket, champions of football, we all sort of know their backgrounds and their childhoods, and we sort of go into that as well. And then you're looking at the playoffs and the championships, and the big money actually started coming in significantly later. It's only since about 20 years or so that we have gotten used to those astronomical rates for the NFL playoff and the sort of prices that Premier League would demand for their rights globally. And our belief is that esports and the gaming industry is going to get there, but it has to get there in a way that is sustainable for the entire industry. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So what do we see as the main drivers? and the bottlenecks for the industry. So clearly, main drivers are the fact that the audience and the participants and the players and the viewers globally um, are absolutely loving the content. And the COVID lockdown has done nothing but accelerate that viewership and participation globally. The investment has also picked up, and we can sort of provide actual sort of dollars that we see being invested in the industry at a platform level, at a publisher level, at a viewership opportunities level as well. It is also a viable career now going forward for a number of people in the gaming industry, which it wasn't about 5 or 7 years ago. It was considered as a hobby by a lot, but I think now there are significantly better career opportunities. People can look at how they can participate in the gaming industry and get some, not only some real impactful work, but also look at it and chart at their personal journey as well. Um, I think from a bottleneck perspective, the most important one is going to be a sort of a path of monetization. And over here, it has to be a very creative path of monetization. I know I've mentioned broadcasting and what people pay for rights and sponsorship, but there are significantly innovative ways that esports and the gaming industry provide for various avenues of monetization. There were some very good innovations that were discussed at sort of esports and gaming conferences over last 1 year, where people have incorporated certain elements within the gaming experience that gives people a significantly better monetizable opportunity. It is also something that the players are interacting with, and that gives them that opportunity for brands to have a significantly better opportunity than just a click CPM, which is just very traditional and provides them no real two-way path. And that we believe is going to really accelerate the entire industry. And what we mean by that is three specific aspects. There are three specific aspects to be looked at for it to become mainstream. The first one is that you start watching and you start having esports and gaming content on a normal EPG or a normal, let's say, a daily schedule of your TV and your content. That is one. Second, you have large amounts of viewership, which means the broadcasters and the broadcasting community start looking at esport content in the same way that a traditional sport content would be treated. And third, the user experience. The user experience for esports and gaming is already unique, but the user experience is going to be an even more important factor in determining the sort of long-term value and success for the entire industry. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on as well. If you go to the next slide. Yes. So what are some of the lessons for the Indian gaming and esports industry for traditional live sports? So we've recently started working with Ven TV. Now, Ven TV is a relatively new setup. It has been sort of some ex CTOs and stalwarts of the performance sports and the media entertainment industry came together to sort of launch Ven TV, and we worked with them to sort of start their operations and sort of get onto the streaming bandwagon as well. Second important personality, the personality creation is something that I've already spoken about. So there is a tribe sort of a culture which needs to be deepened when it comes to the gaming and the sports industry. And these are personalities, these are role models, these are sort of individuals like you and me. And I mean, I think this is the opportunity to give that role model a platform to really sort of create a following. And this is something which has to be formalized as well. This is something that we should be doing in a formal environment more and more in India, so that the next sort of champion, when she is looking at content, she can find sort of personalities that she can sort of align with, and she can sort of relate to, and provide a very clear path for being identified. The third one is the inclusion of as a medal sport at global events is already taking place. And I think over here, a number of organizations have taken the lead in a lot of esports tournaments and sort of medal based global events. And in fact, the tournaments themselves are significantly better and well established than some of the other sort of traditional tournaments as well. So I think that is already shaping up well. Even in India, we are having a few good sort of tournaments already being organized. The last one, again, is the seamless user experience. And this is quite crucial for the esports and the gaming industry because the content gives us infinite opportunities. The esports and gaming content is really something that you get used to. And it also gives you so many opportunities for you to collaborate, for you to create unique forms of content, for you to interact with each other, and also form a community. I mean, for me personally, even if there is half a second of a delay in sort of in many of the MMOPG platforms, and when I participate myself, I mean, even for me, I can sense the half a second drag, and people will know what I'm talking about when you're just picking up something and it sort of drags you for half a second. That's annoying, and I will then check the sort of the nearest CDN node for me and what is my Wi-Fi speed. And because the entire community is extremely tech savvy, and the expectation is significantly higher. I mean, I know people get on forums and discuss why is a certain platform not performing well, and maybe because the CDN low node in that part of London is probably down, and probably that the caching on that is sort of geared more towards VOD platforms and viewership. Let's go to the next slide. Yes. So this is a slightly sort of an intricate diagram on the left, which is basically the triangle between the players, sponsors, and viewers. So what we are sort of talking about over here are aspects that people should be looking at, and what does a company like Tata Communications actually do for a living, which is also quite interesting for a number of those participants and viewers on the platform today. So the first and foremost is the game development side of things is around the regulatory ruling is something that is already sort of shaping up quite well. I think artistic and technical talent for the game development side of things is quite crucial. And that is something where we can take a leaf from some of the studios in LA, in Soho, in London, and in sort of South Korea as well, who have really identified unique talent and sort of fostered that in order to create sort of a good game and launch it. Then the second side of thing is around, which is quite important, is the digital infrastructure. And the digital infrastructure is already sort of going up by leaps and bounds in terms of internet availability and mobile internet availability, and also the enterprise cloud architecture, the servers and the transcoding infrastructure and the CDN infrastructure that is required to have a good viewing experience wherever you are. And that is something that is also is now quite entrenched in the Indian market. And as probably one of the world's largest technology players, we look at that from a point of view of what portion of the total content that we are delivering is sort of centered around esports and gaming. And I can tell you for a fact that every weekend we are delivering live events, and we are thankful that sports has come back. So we would be doing, let's say, all of European football, motorsports, four wheels, two wheels, American soccer, Korean baseball, cricket in India, which goes to about 800 to 900 million viewers all in globally. But a large chunk of that is also on the esports side of things, and which is good, and the gaming side of things, where the consumption of this form of content is significantly sort of important and sort of gaining ground. The streaming platforms, I think we will see a sort of mushrooming of a lot of platforms which give people unique opportunities. This will be regional in nature, content-based, specific fan following as well. And finally, the production and broadcast. And over here, we've already seen the significant difference in the way this content is being sort of consumed right now, that it's only going to become even more important and sort of significantly higher quality going forward. Let's go on to the next slide. Yes. So over here, and again, I think just before the session as well, I had gotten a number of messages on LinkedIn in terms of what does a career in esports from a technology standpoint look like, and what do we do? And quite frankly, we consider ourselves quite lucky to be doing the things that I have mentioned and that I'll sort of just touch upon very briefly. So over here, the digital infrastructure is something which is quite crucial. We currently support about 1/3 of world's internet consumption, which is something to be quite proud of. And I've worked in Tata's for a long time, and I consider myself have as somebody who's grown up within the Tatas as well. But even before sort of joining Tata Communications, I wasn't aware that majority of the global submarine cable infrastructure is owned and operated by the Tata Group. And this is incredible. And if you consider it, one in 4 voice calls wherever you are in the world, about 1/3 of internet infrastructure from a consumption standpoint is supported and managed by Tata Group. And Tata Comms is the sort of operating vehicle for the Tata Group for this digital infrastructure. And every single aspect of viewing, interaction, whether it is just streaming let's say a PUBG game and playing it on an iPad Pro or a PC, would require hosting of that content at the nearest server, CDN for consumption to deliver it to that particular viewer. Also, these streams are also in real time. The viewers are commenting on this on social media and so on. So it is all low latency. So this digital infrastructure in many ways is next generation already. We are operating a low latency streaming video streaming service. We are also supporting the applications at the edge. And this is something that we have just launched in California with some of our esports sort of publishers and production partners. The applications required for production, by putting them at the edge, we are significantly reducing the latency that exists between that particular server and the person producing it, which is incredible. And in many ways, the video streaming infrastructure, which if you consider it is more towards the consumer, it is being used to sort of deliver specific forms of content, as well as the production, which is where the particular person is sitting and producing that particular video stream, is all riding on the same infrastructure at the edge. And that gives us not only economies of scale, but it also means that we are treating the production at the edge environment in a similar way to sort of delivering low latency video. Streaming platforms. We've worked with a number of streaming platforms who are dedicated for esports content and giving that opportunity for hundreds of millions of people to consume this content in a way that is sort of a unique, sort of gives you different niche experiences as well. And this will continue along the forms of regional players, localized content, unique viewing experiences. Production and broadcast is something that we focus on from a tier 1 content standpoint, and that includes basically 4K production. We're looking at 8K production opportunities as well, and production at the edge. All right, we can go to the next one. I've already sort of touched upon the production side of things, which are basically remote production, and the esports and the gaming community is something where we are sort of producing esports tournament remotely and thousands of miles away. I'll just touch upon one example where a global sort of virtual gaming tournament was produced in Barcelona when the actual event was taking place in Australia, thousands of miles away. And all of this is possible because we are completely virtualizing the production side of things at the edge and on the cloud. And that makes it just not only unique, but it also makes it incredibly cool. And sort of looking at that entire workflow unlocks the true power of cloud computing, in my view. Let's go to the next one. We have touched upon broadcast and content delivery from a digital infrastructure standpoint. These are points for people to consider where how they can deliver a unique experience. And an ultra low latency delivery is something that is absolutely vital for esports and gaming. And this is something that will become a core component of the viewing experience. And by ultra low latency, we are talking about just about a second or a 2 second delay between the event actually taking place and consuming it on a platform or a video stream that could be live anywhere in the world. Let's go to the next one. The game delivery infrastructure is something that I've spoken about quite extensively. The last aspect is around security. I think along with the digital infrastructure, which includes the cloud and the connectivity and the CDN, both for viewing and also for as a push mechanism. DDoS is something which is extremely prevalent in the world of gaming and esports, and that is going to be quite important for those who are on the publishing side and the platform side, for them to sort of look at this quite clearly, because all you need is a one sort of DDoS attack in a tier 1 event, and then people are going to go somewhere else. Let's go to the next one. All right, this is a little bit about us, and I believe this is the last slide. So what I would say is we are extremely active in the world of esports and gaming. We're working with tier 1 players from all the way from Los Angeles, California, London, India to South Korea as well, where some of the early movers of the industry exist, and we're looking at exciting things ahead. We are also looking at esports and gaming to become mainstream, and by that I mean they should be and will be at par with the tier 1 sport for every country, and whether it is football or rugby here in England, basketball and again football in sort of North America, hockey in Canada, or cricket in India. And the champions of esports and gaming will be recognized on the sports pages, as we have seen for other players as well. And we are sort of extremely passionate and sort of vocal about this growth wherever we go. And lastly, if there are any other questions, I'm happy to take them now if time permits, or even later on as well. But we will hand it over back to Priyanka and Anil.
Thank you. That was quite interesting. That was pretty good insights you've given us. Priyanka, it's over to you.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Ponda, for sharing those insightful thoughts about your presentation with us. We now move on to the first panel discussion for the day. That is building a robust backend and infrastructure network. E-gaming, protecting yourself against the invaders. For this panel, I would like to introduce our distinguished set of panelists. Mr. Anand Pimbrikar, Head Sales BD India, Media and Entertainment Services Tata Communications. Mr. Arvind Sivdas, Co-founder and CEO, SuperCrick. Mr. Rahul Sharma, Senior Software Engineer, Winzo. Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Chief Technology Officer, Games 24/7. Mr. Satyam Verma, Co-founder and Chief Technology Officer, Pocket 52. Mr. Sudhanshu Gupta, Chief Operating Officer, Paytm First Games. Mr. Vishal Gondal, Founder, Encore Games, Founder and CEO, Goki. Mr. Viral Mehta, Vice President Engineering, Loco Pocket Aces. This session will be moderated by Mr. Vanwari. I welcome you all, and now over to you, Mr. Vanwari.
Thank you. This looks like a power pack panel. It's a lot of people here, and we just got 45 minutes. So let's get cracking quickly. I'm going to throw this to everyone, anyone who wants to respond to this. How important is the user experience for a gamer? Any gamers out here who are also, industry professionals, please. Who's going to raise your hand and, from the panel and speak? How important is the user experience? I can see Viral over here. Viral, you want to speak?
Sure. User experience is very, very, very important. I mean, there is a reason why all the new games that have tried to come in that are also first-person shooter games don't end up working is because you need to have deep loops and deep user experiences built into the game, the meta games as they're called, around the actual gameplay. And then what people traditionally call user experience, which is where the buttons are and what the flow is and all of that. That is also super important. But the more important thing is, are you able to keep people on the hook outside of the core gameplay as well?
Great. Vishal, you've been a gamer forever, I think. And then you went on to creating some fitness apps. What's your perspective on the user experience? Is latency really that important, or screw it, we can just play with latency? Because India is a country where you have bandwidth dropping.
Yeah, I think the question of user experience is very, very important because now consumers are experiencing the best apps in the world. If you are from India, you are using Uber, you are using Amazon, you are using, you were playing at some point of time Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, PUBG, Fortnite. So these are apps which possibly
PUBG is no now. PUBG is no.
But you were playing PUBG at some
Absolutely.
point of time, and the bottom line is that it's a great game.
Absolutely.
And
you've got another one, Forge, coming out, which is...
So the bottom line is the consumer has already tasted these kind of apps and the experience these apps provide you. So if you are going to be anywhere inferior to that, the consumers are going to reject it. And this is not just happening in gaming. This is happening across categories. And which is why you are no longer competing with just Indian apps or apps in your region, but you are competing with the best in the world. So I think that's the perspective. And from at our end, whether it is Goki, with Goki we always consider Apple or Fitbit or some of the best fitness and health apps as our competitors, or when it comes to Encore games, for us the benchmark is really the top games in the world.
Great, thanks. So, in terms of, I'm going to ask Sudhanshu this, what are the tactics to prevent DDoS attacks and keep a platform safe? What do you all do at Paytm? First.
So, we were fairly new. And we scaled up just recently, especially during the last 6 months or so. And we've had some experiences where we realized we were, getting some unwarranted traffic as well. So the first thing, and it's a general practice across Paytm as well. The first thing we did was we essentially onboarded Akamai, which is a very, very useful to prevent yourself from DDoS attacks. And not just that. So one is you need basic infrastructure to be in place. You need basic third-party tools like an Akamai to be in place in order for you to prevent DDoS attacks. The second is your monitoring systems need to be really, really strong. We have a 24/7 monitoring team, not just in Paytm First Games, but across Paytm as well, which constantly looks at any spikes.
So Sudhanshu, what you should be doing is actually log out, log in, because your audio is coming. It's sounding like you're part of a game.
The matrix anyways, but I log out.
Log out and log in again. People couldn't really hear you. So Sandeep, from your perspective, DDoS attacks, how relevant are they? How do you protect yourself? How do you ring fence yourself?
Absolutely critical. You want to make sure your infrastructure is always available for your players, the players for whom you've designed that infrastructure. And if there is an unwanted third party that shows up at your gates, you want to make sure that you can sort of ring fence your infrastructure against that. Not a week goes by when we don't see a DDoS attack, to be honest. Originates from a lot of different places in the world. The way we do that protection for ourselves is there's a bunch of software tools that we have. We also basically try to do protection both at L3, L4 levels, as well as at L7 levels. And at L3, L4 levels, in terms of TCP flood, UDP flood, all sorts of attacks, there are, open source software. There's, we're hosted on one of the major cloud service providers, which gives us some tools to be able to take care of that. At L7, we've got a bunch of our own rules, as well as we use web application firewalls from a couple of different providers to ensure that we can continue to stay available for our users.
Yeah,
and does that answer your question?
It does answer my question, but that means you've got to invest a lot more in terms of security, invest a lot more in terms of resources, people to keep a track of this, and what kind of a percentage of investment you'd look at of your entire technological investment that you put in?
I think things are a lot better now than they were a few years ago, with obviously cloud becoming as prevalent as it has, and us being hosted on a cloud service provider where we have access to a lot of third-party tools that are sort of sold on the marketplace of that cloud service provider. So in terms of our ongoing OpEx, yes, there is a certain investment that goes in to make sure that we can protect ourselves against all types of attacks, not just DDoS. In terms of personnel, we also have a very small DevSecOps team, right, or sec part of the DevOps team that essentially takes care of us being able to ensure that we can protect ourselves against any new threat vectors as they may emerge.
Okay, and are you seeing? I'm going to move on to Rahul and ask him. Rahul, are you seeing any new threat vectors, as Sandeep just said, coming in? And what are they, and how do you keep abreast? Rahul, are you there? Rahul, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. So we do keep getting a lot of threats like that. So as Sandeep already mentioned, there since it's the nowadays it's an era of cloud computing. We get a lot of third-party tools which help us in avoiding such attacks like DDoS or any other malicious attacks. So being in the world of real money gaming, we do get such a lot of threats. Apart from DDoS, there are also users always trying to do some nasty things. They are attackers trying to do some nasty things. So obviously, apart from the third-party tools that you have, you also need to do some checks on your end. So yeah, apart from we have our own infrastructure to keep checking those, uh, you know, highlighting those threats whenever we do, and we keep analyzing what kind of requests or what kind of attacks we are getting, and we keep changing our code, keep changing our infrastructure in order to avoid such scenarios.
Yeah. So in terms of especially ID fraud and ID theft is a major thing in the real game sector, is it or no?
Yeah, that's it.
So how do you get around that? How do you keep a tab on that?
Yeah, so we in order to avoid that, we have third-party tools that they help us in keeping those threats away. So yeah, and we also have DevOps team that keep analyzing such kind of threats, and they'll just highlight this to the development team, and if it's any kind of step that we can take, obviously we take that. It's a kind of continuous development, continuous ascertaining that risk and fixing it. Yeah, that's
Okay.
it.
I think,
That's
Anil,
all.
the only point I want to add here is that a bigger threat right now, which we are seeing, is the advent of fake apps
Okay.
and people trying to use social media to do, all kinds of nonsense. We have over 500 fake 4G apps already on the app stores, both on Google as well as Apple. And we are massively struggling to get that down. None of these platforms take any of these requests seriously. Also, there are several accounts on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook who are selling you fake IDs. So I think, at one end, while there is the whole server side security risk, the bigger security risk is actually not on the server side, but really on the social media networks and other platforms where people are getting fooled and duped. In fact, many of these apps are asking you to give your IDs and even ask your OTP, etc. So there are a lot of these phishing apps who are using gaming as a front end, especially real money gaming. It's a huge problem. So a lot of fake apps are trying to tell you, I'm a real money game, give me your password and whatever OTP and I'll give you money, and people invariably lose a lot of their money in that. So I think that's
Thanks.
a huge
Yeah.
problem.
So that's a point we'll discuss. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
just to add on to that, I think, see, security, in my view, Anil, and I think my co-participants would actually agree, is moved on from just from one point of view to actually looking at an integrated security operations, right? So what you call a service security operations center, right? It's just not network security, but you look at network application, brand protection, threat management, right? It needs to be looked at in an internet integrated way, right? So it is almost very keen to how a financial institution today runs SOC operations, right? So we at Tata Communications actually really do that in terms of having an integrated management. So what you have is you have a team who looks at discrete security incidents and even correlates that, right, to basically make sense out of it. So you could have a network attack on some level, and you could have a L4 or L7 attack, or it's also about looking at how do you really take out, right? There's something, let's say there is a fake site. Today you have an application and you can have a fake site and somebody must be spoofing you. How do you really take that out? How you really, crawl to the internet and get that information out so that you can proactively manage your brand. So security is all about that, right? So that's just want to add to what Vishal was actually talking about.
Please help us remove all the fake apps. Please help.
Yeah, so please, I mean, I think we should have an offline conversation. Vishal, we have especially a threat management and brand protection stuff. This is regularly used. So let's say if somebody, you had an application and you want to sort of have, there's a spoof one, you can find out whether, you before somebody else finds out that, they're spoofing you, you can actually go and take it down. So there are application which crawls off that one, and it needs to be holistically managed, right? You need to have a team. Because today, if you look at security, we go to a CSP. They will be pointed applications. So you can go to DDoS, you can buy WAF, you can buy all your L4. But how do you really integrate all of this information to make sense? Because you've got to have a integrated dashboard, if you will, right? So that it tells you all, a holistic picture rather than just a pointed information.
yeah. So Satyam, from your perspective, on your service, how do you deal with all the L4, L7, all of these, and fake? Do you have any fake incidents also happening with y'all guys?
Hi, hello everyone. Not exactly fake incidents. We did face a lot of DDoS attacks during when we run our tournaments. I would say the attacks these days are very sophisticated. They read your patterns. It's not that they just do it immediately. They read what your vulnerabilities are. They also know these are the threats which you don't know about. Like the attack which we faced, the attacker was very confident that we are not aware of this vulnerability on our servers, and he was very confident in making an attack, and he knew that we are going to fall apart for that. So I think you yourself are the best judge for what your healthy traffic is. You need I mean, just like my fellow panelists mentioned, we can put up a WAF or we can put some layer 7 securities, but you are the only one who can identify these are my healthy URLs, these are my health checks, and these are my patterns of traffic. If something is crossing that, it goes into the bad cluster. and then we can put some restrictions like banning the IPs or banning the floods. Sometimes people, like these days there are a lot of botnets available publicly. Like you can just go to dark web and buy some botnets out there and do some proper distributed IPs attacks. It's difficult to stop them actually, because they inhibit the healthy traffic out there. So that is why you have to be very clear about what your healthy traffic is, and you can maybe create a training model out of it, which mitigates it in real time.
Great,
There
thanks.
there are
Continue.
several solutions out there for detecting bots, and there are companies who specialize in detecting bots and all of that. Fundamentally, you look at it from, if a user, like, you have to design your product. All of this starts at the product level. You don't just throw in security. You design your product in such a way that, what if somebody comes in, how much damage can one fake account do? You start from there, and then slowly put in all these other layers are also, of course, important. You will not build it without the security, like the WAF and L7 security and all the standard things you do, like expiring tokens and all of that stuff you'll of course do. But at the product level, you have to understand fundamentally that if somebody gets in, what's the amount of damage they can do? And you start mitigating damage from that point onward, because you're gonna get hacked. That's a given. Something bad is going to happen.
Yeah. So Arvind, your perspective.
I was on mute. No, I agree with Viral a lot, right? And I think a little earlier on also what Viral said about user experience. I'll come back to that later. But I think thinking about a product, so we are still early stage with SuperCrick, right? But with Kabaddi Adda, we've been around for over a year and a half, and we have a couple of gaming products. One of the things we've always realized is that if you think about security early on product development, it makes it a much more easier approach. And I agree with Viral, because otherwise what happens is and there's always this trade-off, especially early days of product development. You're making this call saying, should I invest abhi, or should I just put the product out and we'll put a blanket around it? And that balance is a very tricky one. But I think it's very important to err on the side of, at least thinking through security, even if you don't invest early, to kind of say, okay, this is how I'm going to build this in the future. These are the levels of protection I will have. As I catch fake accounts, I also start looking for fake accounts. And it kind of ties in with little bit with what Vishal also said, right? Because if you take that call of saying, I will think of security very early on, you will start seeing fake equivalents coming up, especially when you do real money. And it's important for you to literally do the equivalent of the, what the offline guy does. I am the only branch based story, right? And that challenge is a tough one to do, but unless you do it from very early on, so what happens is your whole team is aligned in one direction, and then getting everyone to start saying, guys, security is a big deal. You pretty much upset a lot of your team infrastructure, for lack of a better word, right? Your team structure, the way everybody thinks itself to this. And that's something we have done very consciously. So even when we were small, we kept saying, let's make sure that we're aware of the security risks. We don't need to fix it. Early you can say there's a cost, but I would still say make sure to list it out in your product document saying these are the risks. These risks we are not touching today. Kar denge. But unless you make that effort early, the cost of then correcting is much higher, and that's been our approach. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Sana, can you see where Sudhanshu is? He seems to have dropped off. I told him to drop out and drop in again. Can you check with him whether he's coming back again or not, or has he having a connectivity problem? If you could check with him, then before I go on.
Sure. Because I checked with Sudhanshu and his net is unstable. He's again trying to log in.
Okay, great. So we'll continue with the conversation. So how many? I hear from some of you all that you'll have done it from the get-go when the product was being developed. How many of you will be honest enough to admit that you did not think security right from the get-go? Can you all put your hands up? Vishal, I can guess as much. What about Satyan too?
Yeah.
So what advice do you have to give these guys?
Security, see, it's a tough one. It's really a tough one when you start a startup. When you look at a startup, actually, I think.
Remember, Vishal is not a startup. Vishal has done it once before he's doing it again.
Everybody starts up somewhere, right? As small, like Arvind put it. So obviously, security is typically most of the, in fact, why they are startup, even for, I would tell you from confidently from the experience, even some of the financial institutions, security is actually an afterthought, right? I mean, it's always evolves, right? So see, security fundamentally depends on pattern, right? I think, and like my co-panel has talked about it. So you looking at a pattern. If the attacker is smarter and understands what pattern you already know, he will attack you with a new pattern, right? So you can't really over design security. You also have to have the fine balance between how much infrastructure of that security you can have, and that's hence you actually go to a third party guy, a guy who can pull into a large. So let's say if you're looking at one person with expertise in that area, then he can actually look at various patterns correlating across not just one organization but many organizations, and that sort of is what you look to help, because that experience helps, because you're not looking at just one single attack. But of course you also have to have a holistic view for it. So I can empathize with these guys, or with anyone. Security typically is an afterthought, and I think I wouldn't be surprised with what most people have said.
I think the thing which we did was we started like a bug bounty program at Goki, and we do give some small not millions of dollars, or we do give some people bounties. And we have seen, because the problem of security is that the guys trying to hack you will always be one step ahead. So idea is, how do you use the so-called security experts to kind of possibly give you what are your vulnerabilities? Because like right, I mean, you can never be 100% secure, but you need to have a strategy. So right now, I think between what we do internally to the bug bounty program, I think these kind of things kind of work.
Right.
Yeah, that's an approach. Honeypot is another approach. I'm sure, like you said, security is just, you're never 100% secure, right? You're just waiting for the next one to be uncovered. And what really matters is what is the reaction time after you sort of uncovered one, right? That's really a very crucial aspect.
So, yeah, somebody was saying something?
Yeah, it becomes kind of a cat and mouse game, like who is ready to put in more resources. And it kinds of makes sense, not to, because the security measures which we take comes with a cost. So when you're initially growing, right, you are not going to get those many attacks. So it doesn't make sense to put so much resources into security at that point of time. I mean, like we got our first attack when we did a few days after we did our first PR. So they also know whom to target and when to target, and these people are growing, and now they have the money, to put the security. So becomes a cat and a mouse game, definitely.
So it's not reached the level of ransoms as yet.
I hope it doesn't reaches that.
No, there have been ransoms. I would like to sort of disagree. There have been ransoms, and even things like somebody. Of course, it all depends on the level of security. That if you already have a good enough security, you will not do it. But yes, there have been ransomwares.
I think
basically holding. Yeah.
One other very important point, and I think we need to take this up as an industry, is there is a massive problem of compliance of court orders. So for example, let's say you do find somebody trying to hack you do find their email address, or you do find their Twitter handles, etc. The big problem is that none of these social media networks are willing to give up, even after court orders, these people's identities. So again, we are facing a similar issue. It's just that we are learning this from experience. In our case, we had a court order, and both Google, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, in complete contempt of court, are not even following the court orders. They are not following the cyber police complaint. Cyber police follows up. So I think some amount of responsibility needs to be put on these platforms.
But they cite privacy laws, and you still haven't encountered Telegram piracy as yet. Get into that.
Exactly. That's
the video guys are going crazy dealing with Telegram.
That in the socials, in the society, if you go to a housing society and say there is a Gunda living here, the housing society will tell you who this is. But these platforms just refuse to comply. So at one end, they are making revenues from India, but on the other end, they don't comply with the, especially when you have court orders. When a court is saying that, hey, these are people who are, doing phishing or doing all kinds of things. And I know Paytm has its own share of problems with all the fake OTPs. So the problem is that till the time the platforms don't take responsibility, this problem will, because these people, these thieves will always be behind these platforms, and enjoying the benefit of anonymity.
Great. So I get it, but I still sense even the US government had problems getting data out of these social media.
So with Patriot Act, the Patriot Act is there in the US, and if they follow the Patriot Act, the social media is supposed to comply. In India, even after our IT Act, the most of these platforms even refuse to say that they are going to be compliant with Indian Act. So the problem is that yeah, in the US you can get some stuff, but in India it's becoming increasingly difficult.
Correct.
Yeah. Is somebody saying something? Yeah. Satyam.
Yeah. So I think RMG is also a very soft target for these attackers, because I think a lot of state government views are divided on this. So there is not a clear regulation for this. I mean, they know that there is a threshold after which it becomes a legal battle. So that is why I think RMGs are being targeted more.
Yeah, and it's bound to happen. I mean, I see a future, like especially in the OTT video side, you're actually having accounts being sold over there. You have accounts being picked up, and you have alternative feeds being, directions, downloads, torrents, and every Telegram is becoming a major problem for them. I don't know whether it's becoming a problem for y'all, or whether it's just the social media.
You can buy fake account of any game on Telegram.
Okay.
They are selling a virtual currency of every possible game in the illegal market on Telegram.
So that's a challenge which the industry will have to encounter. And so, Anand, what about your perspective on Telegram?
It should be shut down.
Yeah, so I mean, these are all see, the way to look at it is actually it within the ambit that you have, right? You just look at what is a known risk and how do you really attack or sort of target it, right? If the framework or the legal purview doesn't give you, there's nothing much you can do about it besides shutting it down, or change mechanisms so that you can protect your brand. This is about really protecting your own turf. So you actually focus energies and protecting your brand and your stuff rather than really working about because the larger battle will always be there. You can't really solve all the problems, and you are dependent in a way in a regulation of the law, or that's the way.
What has happened, and Anil, you mentioned Telegram. So Telegram has become the gateway to the dark web. That is the problem. So while WhatsApp is completely clean, the challenge is a kid can now start, buying all kinds of bots and all kinds of attack software. You can buy it on Telegram today. That's the fundamental problem, that, suddenly it's like saying that, weapons were not available in the open here, but today anybody can go to Telegram and buy any kind of phishing software and malware attacks. Anybody can start doing, because Telegram has become this gateway.
Great. Now, coming back to, how do you ensure that you really give that experience of near real time to the user? What are the best practices you can put in place for a platform, for a distributor, for an esports company? What are the best practices you can put in place, Anand?
Work closely with Geo.
Sorry?
Work closely with Geo.
Okay. That's said in light. I mean, I have a Geo connection. At times it's erratic, at times it's good. So I don't think that's the answer. What are the other best practices we can put in place?
Yeah, one of the things that you really do is actively monitor the performance of your network, whatever network you're looking at, right? And there are tools to sort of do that, right? We have when I'll be very honest with you here that I work with a lot of competition, and it's a competition in a way, right? But removing the hat that you typically wear, you always tell a customer, hey, Mr. Customer, there are 2 or 3 possible networks that you can possibly use to get your user experience right. Do you even have a tool to monitor it and measure it, right? You can definitely measure it on an online basis and make sure that you always choose a platform, or at least, don't put all your eggs in one basket and use a multi-seeding approach or something like that, right? Which possibly then gets you the best performance. The other thing that you need to be looking at user experience, that since we told a lot about security, but you got it back on the user experience topic. In case of gaming, there is a pre-game experience and there is an in-game experience. Both are equally important for you to really get it right? And it's different. Right? There are CDNs which do pre-game experience better. There are CDNs which do in-game experience better, right? And you really need to know what are the peering relationships, because today it's not, while a lot of it is user-driven, no matter what's going to happen to Geo or the story that they're, right? You will always have a situation where there will be 3 or 4 different service providers, the last mile service providers who's actually serving the customers. right? Because of the nature of how Indian territory is. So it's very crucial for you to understand the network performance from a delivery perspective, from a CDN perspective, and from understanding the latencies on a real-time basis, so that you can actually direct the traffic who's the best performing network at that given time. And there are actually tools available for you to tweak your traffic and shape your traffic.
Yeah, but
yeah. We have done, right, and this is very internal to us, and I don't know what everyone else does. But one of the things we said is, again, it came down to when you're thinking real time, how do you move as much of your communication to being as close to text, right, and step away from any other form of literally data exchange. And that obviously has implications on how you structure then your application also. But that then, see, because whatever, I mean, in Vishal, like you said it in jest also, the fact is you're going to be working with most of your users being on mobile networks, and that challenge is not something we can ever, as an industry, also even overcome, right? That is what you are going to be, we're going to have. Your user is going to have only that. So you have to survive that, because yeah, this is going to be the norm. So how do you fit within that norm? So how do you make sure that the communication that the user has to do with your platform is as limited as possible, right? I mean, some of the larger distributors have done this very well. And, we can plug into some of them, or we can try and build our own versions of saying, okay, in my product, the lightest way to drive any communication could be this. And I think, again, the problem comes to the same thing, right? Which is that you have to invest that time to say, how do I make my communication as lightweight as possible? I'm just trying to be simplistic in the way I would say, and making the effort to say my communication is lightweight would then lead to a lot of product thinking. And the reason, obviously, I'm coming from the startup space, right? Much more early stage than almost everyone else here. And and I think that balance is something we don't often do. We don't invest in saying, I will make communication as light as possible very early. What happens, I put my POC out there with the easiest protocols available, or with the easiest open source tools that I can get. But if you invest that time early to say, okay, I'm going to make sure my user is always on a weak network, and let me solve for that from the beginning, it kind of makes it much easier going forward, right? And some RMG games have done this quite well, right? And this is just a comment as a user, but I think that's something a lot of upcoming products have to be very consciously aware of.
Right, correctly. So just to add to what Arvind said, like being lightweight is very important. Serving things through CDN helps a lot. And I think a major part is you have to write some very good fallback mechanisms. Let's say if your user is having a good 4G network, but he's traveling somewhere and he keeps on moving through like 4G, 3G, 2G, you need to have a fallback in your backend and client both. Like in your backend, if he is on 4G, you can just upgrade to socket connection. If it goes to on a 4G, you can fall back to a polling mechanism. So you have to make sure that your network switches as per the availability of the client, and also you render less information on his screen when he's on a lower network. So just to make sure the critical part is always there to give him the experience of playing.
Yeah, but Sandeep, in the case of handsets, the processing power of the handset comes in also into play if you have a graphic heavy kind of a game that you're playing, unlike the simpler games.
Yeah, that's obviously true. I think what Satyam said about, and Arvind also about being lightweight from a communication perspective, that being lightweight in a lot of ways depends not just on the kind of communication protocols that you've chosen, but also obviously on the devices on which you're rendering your gameplay.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. And so in terms of the user experience, coming back to the first question that was posed here, user experience is not, it's not just carte blanche, a certain user experience that you want. It's really the best user experience possible for a certain user while playing on a certain device, operating under certain network conditions. Right? So all of that sort of ties together and goes back to some of the points being made about, having a smarter engineering team that's cognizant of the choices that they're making upfront. Before they go down a certain path, and then they have to do a major course correction later. And that's where I think that's what separates some of the better teams from not such good teams, to be honest.
Yeah. So how many of you are taking a multi-CDN approach, not just a singular CDN? Huh? Anyone? Nobody's answering, so nobody is it?
No,
Recently deployed it.
we are.
Okay.
It's similar to I'll tell you my experience. What happens is I think all the right points made by the co-panelists in terms of definitely your intent is to make your application light, but how much of a light you make, you still have to deliver it. You still need a network to deliver that. Definitely you can't be sure with that. But most of the launches, see, everybody's under pressure to launch, and I know I'm sure most of guys you can talk about it. That when you're in a startup or even a non-startup environment, you're always under pressure to launch the next thing, right? So when you're looking at that launch, there's tremendous pressure for you to work with just CDN. Nobody bothers whether you want to work with different CDNs or not, right? Nobody leaves with that. So that important piece, like Sandeep mentioned, that you have to be aware. Very few people do it because they first get away with the launch and they say, you know what? Let me first launch with. It doesn't matter. I need to launch my product first, and then it becomes an afterthought where you want to use a multi-CDN or not. So that's where the pitfall comes, because then what happens is your user experience suffers at later, because then you don't know. See, any CDN, finally at the end of the day, what's a CDN? CDN is what you're just basically outsourcing capacity management problems to a third party guy, hoping that he's got a better infrastructure, right? And it's not that he does not have, he also has the same problem. Whether you take any CDN provider, he doesn't know what infrastructure size. But since he's serving many customers, hopefully the pool is large enough that you're not crowded out. But really it doesn't happen that way. So the point is, today if there's an IPL match today in the evening and suddenly there's a super over, suddenly you'll probably be having a 1 crore sort of simultaneous subscribers, and that will absolutely crowd out your gaming traffic and wash you out also if you didn't have a multi-CD. A lot of people don't realize that, right? Because then what is happening? Yes, you are not out, but you are getting served from a suboptimal network, probably something outside the country, and not even getting peered in the country. A lot of people don't realize that, and hence it's important that you place enough experience and emphasis on your development approach for a multi-CDN right from day one. It should never be an afterthought, because then you're going to suffer for this. You won't even realize, because IPL match lasts for 3 hours, right? After 3 hours, if the team is not watching for it, after 3 hours you'll probably be getting a better performance.
Yeah.
So that's where it works.
Yeah, just to add to that, like there are companies, some of the most successful gaming companies in the world have invested in creating their own networks. And also, I mean, this whole, we talk a lot about in the gaming world about skill-based matching, and I'm sure Satyam at Pocket 52 would be familiar. You do matchmaking not just on the basis of skills. You also have to do it sometimes on the basis of latency being observed by your end users, right? And so network does play, as Anand said, plays a humongously critical part in just managing that user experience you want to deliver for your users.
Just to tell you some of the things that we've observed, that's why I think Dhaval mentioned about the ultra live latency, right? We've noticed that just changing a protocol, just choosing a right protocol, gets your delivery time from say about 12 seconds down to about 3 seconds from screen to screen, right? That's our observation, right? And we've been working to sort of leverage that, especially in the live world, because it's so much matters. If I'm watching an IPL match and if I hear somebody else shouting a 6 before I do that, I'm going to be absolutely pissed off as a fan, right? So it's important that I get the same experience uniquely done to everyone, right? So it's important how you talk about ultra live delivery, as well as looking at network. Take control of that. And there are tools available. You don't have to be tied down to one specific network. Just pick the network, get a multi-CDN, and put rules in a way that your experience is in your control rather than the service providers, because service provider is going to act basis of what works best for him, not for you. It is not going to happen that he is going to prioritize your priorities of user experience. He's going to just prioritize his performance and his delivery points, not yours. So it's better you always sort of factor that.
So how much of a role does if you have CDNs, edge CDNs and edge servers, how much of an improvement can we bring about with that?
It depending upon what networks you are in. See, there are a CDN. There's a lot of misnomer in terms of number of nodes and number of infrastructure. It really doesn't matter actually, right? What really matters is the exchange that you have between networks, right? So because CDN is always a factor of how many network endpoints you're already connected and the capacity that you have with it, right? These are the two things that drive. But there are now, what we're trying to do is rather than just relying on that is anyway a basic foundation. What we're doing is we're changing the protocols, right? We're actually choosing a different protocol. let's say if you choose a different protocol, you can get anywhere between what current network you have, at least a 20 to 20% to even a 35% improvement of your existing performances that you have, right? On a choosing the protocol perspective. So that's the saving that you can look at. Of course, it also matters what the CDN provider is, and what kind of technology that he is using to sort of deliver it as well.
Great. In terms of best practices internationally, you said you work with a lot of international clients. What are the best practices they are they listening to you, each of them, or are they is it similar to what they're doing in India, or is it different?
Well, so India, as like you said, right? India now is becoming the hotbed. You will not have India is such a unique country. You will not have 1 million concurrencies anywhere outside India. That's unheard of, right? So what you do in India, if it works in India, it works everywhere. It's like, if you can drive in India, you can drive anywhere. It's just becoming that. So to coming to the important aspect around what are the global best practices, which we are saying to sort of do it. A lot of emphasis is paid on user experience and quality, and that is actually driving something called media edge, right? So basically taking the distribution to the cloud, to the edge. So when you say edge, you're not looking at just nodes or something like that. You're trying to get as close as to the last mile possible, right? So that's something which we are changing. Second thing which we are doing is, looking at conversion of choosing the specific protocol. So if you choose TCP versus UDP, just choosing the protocol itself gives you at least a 20% efficiencies in what you're doing, right? So that's the second thing that is happening, right? And these are the practices, like I said, it is nothing to do with global or Indian. Whatever happens in India is get adopted globally and vice versa, because the companies that who are playing in this market are all global in nature. There's no one specific localized stuff that you see here.
Great. We have 5 minutes to go. Any last minute points? Each of you can make them, and beginning with Sandeep.
Yeah, I think a couple of themes around here with respect to user experience and how latency or network performance ties into delivering a superior user experience. And we alluded to also, obviously, device performance. All of these have to be very, a game developer has to be super cognizant of sort of embedding these things into his computations when he's really designing for that user experience, the desirable user experience.
Great. Satyam?
I think, just, having a good monitoring system and seeing what your healthy patterns are, and this building growing your backend around that will definitely help a lot. And paying attention to your user experience. That's what I would say.
Rahul?
So as already mentioned, so serving your content through both dynamic and static through CDNs, building your application as lightweight as possible, doing communication is in the few number of packets as you can, doing some packet level optimizations, compressions techniques in order to have a great user experience even in flaky internet connections. Keep track of all the threats that you might get. Keep a monitor there in order to avoid some any threats or attacks. So so the user experience, security, and low latency are the key aspects of building a very smooth gaming experience.
Thank you. Viral?
We broadly spoke about two things, right? One is the security part and one is the network optimization part.
Yeah.
On the security part, assume you're going to get hacked and then design what is the worst that can happen in your product and put in limits of how much damage can a hacker can do, and then do everything possible to prevent those hacks. But you are going to get hacked one way or another. So assume you're going to get hacked, design your product that way. Put in limits, put in circuit breakers, put in limits. And on the network side, everybody wants to do everything real time. But what does real time mean? For a Zoom call, real time is 300 milliseconds. Hotstar is waving a victory flag at 12-second delivery. That's a 50x, 70x difference. So what is real time? Which pieces need to be actually optimized? You don't need to optimize everything. And uniformity of experience sometimes trumps fast experience for the users. So it depends on your use case. Just focus on narrowing down exactly what you need to optimize, and then you should optimize those things with multi-CDNs or whatever. Don't optimize everything. That's a waste of time and money.
Thanks. Yeah. Arvind?
So, see, from our perspective, right, or from the perspective of the upcoming startup, I think the one thing that's very important, like Viral said very early, is to get your user experience thought through at the meta game level. And often when we think about user experience, we invest so much time on the screens, the look and the feel, the buttons, the flow. I think what we forget is how will the user pre-game, in-game, and then kind of post-game, right? So you come back to it. And what happens outside of the game for the user. I think getting that part of the user experience thought through is very, very valuable. And that leads to, when you do that thinking, what you can also do is actually understand the risks, right? How would you break your own system? And you're probably the best person to judge that. And when you do that, when you make that judgment, you at least go into saying, well, these are really major risks. And if this happens, I'm going to lose count of where my user stands itself. So how do I protect that is at least the bare minimum. So how do I make sure that an attack doesn't take me down overnight? And yes, you are going to get attacked. Right? At least if your most critical factors are well protected, you at least in the worst case as a very, very early stage product, you at least have a backup that can come and replicate, right? And make it completely independent. So you can be if you think about it in detail, you can have very simplistic solutions, which can just be completely separated solutions, just the most basic stuff, right? Which it may not look sexy, but it serves a need, right? It lets you survive. I think sometimes you have to draw that balance because you obviously can't overinvest when you're early. If you don't invest in product thinking and tie your security thinking to product, you will kind of, I think you'll slip a lot.
Right. Vishal?
So I would say that, especially when it comes to performance, video is a very different challenge. But in gaming, you can use AI to actually augment for latency. And that approach is possible for a lot of the games we are building. Because clearly, while you want to have a battle royale with 100 people in a map. So, and that's what, not only us, a lot of games do that very smartly. Video, of course, does not have that liberty of using AI to augment latency. So very frankly, while at one end we are talking about latency, I am personally excited about the whole advent of cloud gaming and platforms like Stadia, which Google is doing, and a few others, where eventually we are all going to be streaming these games to phones, and your phone will just be a very lightweight client. So actually, in the next couple of years, as we are looking at a lot of the heavy lifting happening on the server side, I think these issues will become less of a challenge because platforms will be handling this at scale, and we'll be building apps on top of that.
Yeah, then we'll have to take care of the battery life of the phone, which is a challenge. We'll come to let Anand have his last words.
I think in all, I think you should look at it's a fine balance between development efforts early on and enough attention to both security as well as performance. Making sure that you are in charge of that rather than the service provider that you're looking at. That's the real crucial part if you want to get the user experience right, because both security as well as performance really drives that. So that would be my closing comments on that.
Thank you very much. It's a pity we couldn't have Sudhanshu for this because he had a bandwidth problem, which is what a lot of gamers face, which is a lot of us game service providers face. But thank you all of you all. I think it's been an interesting panel. I hope the audience liked it. And thank you to each of the panelists, to Anand, to Satyan, to Vishal, to Rahul, to Viral, to Arvind, to Sandeep. Thank you for being a part of this. And thank you for making the inaugural session of GEMS this year an interesting one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I admit that was an insightful session about what goes in the backend to secure the products that we use in the gaming world. Thank you all our panelists for that engaging conversation. Up next, we have a virtual fireside chat. Mr. Akshat Rathi, founder and managing director, Nordwind Gaming, in conversation with Mr. Anil Vanwari. Welcome, Mr. Rathi. And now, over to you, Mr. Vanwari.
Great. Akshat, we've got 10 minutes on the slot. Are you there? I can't see you, Akshat.
Yes, I am.
Wow. Yeah, I hear your voice. I didn't see you, but I heard your voice. Well, welcome. So, excited are you by the
Yes.
opportunities that esports is bringing up in India?
Well, it's a whole new world. It's a very interesting time that we are all sitting in, right? We've got such cool stuff like as we were just hearing Vishal and everyone. There's AI happening. There's esports happening. There's gaming happening. There's publishing happening, and we remain the sexy part of the business, albeit the very 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 small part of the business.
Yeah. So, in terms of you traveled a lot. You worked on esports with a lot of internationals. So, what are the differences you're seeing? What's going on in India and internationally?
So, first, I think the very definition of the word esports is very fungible as far as the Indian market goes, right? And, everything from skill-based gaming to hyper-casual gaming, anything that is digital and has a competition is often called esports by people. So that's one of the things that is there. It's not so outside. One of the largest players there is something called Skills, and they don't call themselves esports. They're a skill-based gaming company. And also predominantly because the laws are far more clearer, right? Between what is gambling, what is skill-based gaming, what is real money gaming, how taxation affects, which is there. So India is finding its feet as esports goes, at least in the definition of thereof also. On practical implications thereof, we've also seen some interesting things happen. So a US customer and a European customer, for example, is worth far more than, say, an Indian customer, right? We all understand that. But what we don't really get the picture of is esports across the world has taken a hit as far as physical events goes. And the reason for that is because of COVID. But the value of the sponsorship predominantly goes down because of physical events in the Western world far more than it goes down in India. In India, numbers talk, so online viewership actually counts for a lot, which is there. So, and it's one of the breakout moments that has been coming out in India is the fact that with PUBG Mobile and all these content creators that are out there, they are creating great content, which is actually being watched by a lot of people. And despite PUBG going away, that entire segment actually increased, which is there. So it's not, while everyone might think it was dependent on one game, the numbers for the last 45 days actually show that with PUBG Mobile going down, other games and other content parts have done really well. So very interesting spaces, which is there. Asia's predominantly mobile. India's definitely mobile. The definition of the word esports is a little different. And I think we also have to go ahead and have to have a stronger say as an industry and as a community, because most of the world outside India will often look at mobile gaming and mobile esports to be second-class citizens to PC esports, right? So it's a funny.
Not just even gamers look at it.
Well, it depends on which gamer, right?
Yeah, if you're a console gamer, if you're playing Call of Duty, you won't be very much, the casual, hyper casual. You'll actually sniff down upon those.
Yeah, and it's such a strange thing, right? Earlier, the same guys who used to go ahead and fight for legitimacy have become the gatekeepers for this future generation, where you're actually sitting down and they're saying, hey, I'm legit, but you're not legit.
So how do you expect to get this entire mess that has been, call it a bit of a mess, being created between all the types of games and the types of, esports how will that get sorted out?
Regulatory. There is no choice. It has to be regulatory.
And what should the ideal regulation be? I know it's a tough one I'm putting to you, but let's have you say it.
So from my point of view, having a differentiated definition of the word esports that is only an India definition, but that doesn't apply to the rest of the world is no bueno, right? It doesn't work because you can't call platinum and titanium differential things across two different things. If now the Associated Press defines what is esports and what it is, so if we have to go ahead and have that activity, esports is something that is a sport. That means it has physicality of results. That means it is not a game, it is a sport, number one, right? Because it's the definition of the word
That means the physicality of the actions are the differentiator between the results of the participants. And if you look at the Olympics, they talk about Citius, Altius, Fortius, stronger, higher, faster as the definition of a sport. If you go to chess.com says that chess is not a sport, it is a game. They themselves say that we are a game because the physicality of the actions does not predicate the result. And in esports, if you really come down to it, it's a speed competition. Okay, I am faster than you to shoot you. You're faster than me to go out and play this move. Your APM is higher, and if you go ahead so I'm just faster than you in there. Now, as a team, I'm faster than you. As a person, I'm faster than you. Those are just nomenclatures, but I'm faster than you. And at the not at the level of and at the speed level of which is there is an IPL bowler versus or a test match bowler versus a gully cricket bowler, right? That's the kind of differentials you want to go ahead and have as a sports segment that's there. So if A, it is a sport, B, it is something that has to be fair. And fairness is not just I can't go ahead and buy a bet, like if I pay 10 rupees more, I should be able to buy a better bat. I should not also be able to play twice because I pay more money, right? Then because otherwise it's unfair. Everyone has to have equal opportunity and equal chances of winning because it is a skill competition and the skill is speed and hence the sport. Third, it needs to be dependent on the publisher. Remember, we are the first sport in the world that is actually owned by someone from the get-go. Valve owns Counter-Strike. Tencent owns this one, Honor of Kings. Bluehole owns PUBG Mobile. Activision Blizzard owns Call of Duty. It is someone's game. It is their intellectual property, their ownership, their data, their player, their rules, their systems. So you are actually, think of it like cricket, where BCCI is not running the IPL. It actually says someone else can go ahead and run the IPL. BCCI is just going to be the controlling body, which is that it's going to be the licensing body. But you can't play cricket without actually taking permission from BCCI, unlike real cricket. In this, you have to go ahead and have the publisher be part of it. And the last one, which is there, is what is esports as a business needs to be say. Are we is esports a B2C business anywhere in the world without a publisher? Or esports a B2C business out there? So to me, esports has always been a B2B play. It is the play that you're making money from sponsorships, you're making money from media rights. You're a sports organization. You don't charge Virat Kohli to play, right? Cricket. Like, that doesn't make any sense for me to go into. So those are my views. Some of them are very hard views. Some of them are discussable. But to us, those are that's the 5-point agenda around what is esports and what it should be regulated as.
And then who should regulate it?
We are at a confluence where the sports ministry, the youth ministry, the information technology ministry, the finance ministry, and what's the last one? The IT ministry are all thinking that they should regulate us. Well, because there's issues of censorship on data privacy, on are you a sport or not? Are you there's some federal conversations because India is a federal country. There's conversations on money in and money out, and who should keep the GST on it, and who should not keep the GST on it, and who should keep the TDS on it. And you know where the quagmire because of COVID we are between the states and the center right now, where we are on GST issues and whatever. I don't know who should regulate it, but I know there are bodies, right? FICCI is trying to go ahead and do something with ABGC.
But FICCI is a lobbying organization.
Yeah, well,
it's not a regulatory body.
It is not.
So do we need to have a game regulatory authority of India? Like we have the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Like they wanted to have a Broadcast Regulatory Authority of India, which will actually which will understand TRAI is today the broadcasters say that TRAI is more bent towards telecom. So all these ministries coming together, they won't make sense of it.
Well, the question right now is, what's the purpose of a regulator, right? It is laws and regulators don't define structure. Regulators are enforcers of laws itself, right? My fundamental question to you is, you don't need a police force, you need a constitution.
Absolutely. You need the laws in place, and
I need the law in place.
You need the set of rules, which are in concurrence with what the industry and also protecting the consumer at the
Correct.
Yeah.
And once you make those laws, then there are enough things. For example, as of right now, if you go ahead and run a game without the permission of a publisher, you are doing piracy. If you charge 10 rupees for running a game from a person you have not taken permission from, which is against his end user licensing agreement, you are doing theft. These are IPC, Indian Penal Code criminal offenses.
Yep.
You don't have to go ahead and create anything, right? With NASCOM and everyone have already gone and said what is piracy and what is the rules against it, and that's already being said. So once you understand what that framework is, you can actually apply it very, very quickly with the constructs that are out there, which is there, right? And then this entire brouhaha about China that is happening right now. Sure, really important to go ahead and say. I'll give you a very interesting example of what I believe that we are making a fundamental mistake. In the world of gaming, something really interesting happened. League of Legends is owned by someone called Riot Games. Now, League of Legends is run actively and they had some partnership with NEOM. NEOM is a Saudi Arabia organization. And everyone in Europe protested very vehemently against it. It's against LGBT, the Khashoggi case, etc., right? And there was a very strong opposition to it. And then there was this entire question was, hey, why don't people go protest against what happens in China against Uyghur Muslims, and nobody spoke anything about it, because fundamentally China is part of the ecosystem and it's inexplicable. You can't remove it. It's not that easy to remove. It's just like going and saying, I won't go ahead and make electronics in China anymore, or I won't go ahead and do this. These are fundamental changes that are happening across the world, and they're way above anyone's pay grade on this panel, which is there. So
but if you look at China itself, banned a lot of the poker games, etc. a couple of years ago, because gambling, people were taking advantage of that.
But they could do it because China runs the ecosystem. Think about it, right? The Google Play Store, they had a regulatory body in China already in place which could say, you have to license games from us. And without the license of games from us, we won't let you do it. And with this new fragmenting of the internet, the Middle East is now going and saying, hey, what about our cultural sensitivities that is there? If we believe something is against Islamic values, can we say no, and you can't publish in this country? And the same will come down to India. So it's a very thin line to go ahead and say, if you put in a regulatory framework, can you be authoritative and exploitative, or can you go ahead and actually build this for whose interest are you taking care of? What is the stakeholder there?
Mm-hmm. Because in China, I believe first there was red blood, then they made it green blood. When all blood was banned,
then they made sure when you shoot someone, they salute and then the airplanes fly.
Exactly. So coming back again now. So regulation has to come into place for this industry to have a backbone on which to grow, rather than it'll grow like cable, like, no control.
Yep.
And then bringing it under control is going to be a bit of a challenge. Gaming is a fledgling business in India at this moment. Esports is fledgling.
Yep. And it also has
real money gaming is fledgling. All these are really.
Yeah, and the one last point which I'll make, and then you can move forward on this, is we have to understand this. If this hasn't, why is the government really interested? We are a small industry. Really, seriously, we are a very small industry.
How large is it? 10,000 crores? Altogether 20,000? Everything put together. Real money, transactions, all that put together.
Revenue or valuations?
Not valuations. Revenue.
Revenue? Less than
including your Dream11, including all of these.
Less than 10,000 crores.
Everything.
Less than 10,000. Less than 10,000 crores.
Less than 10,000 crores. Okay.
So not relevant. Important, but not relevant. You know why we are important? We control the youth. We are the direct access to the mind spaces of the future of the youth. We are the social media. We are the future of social media. We are the future that people are going, right? The Prime Minister stands up and says, when PUBG was running, there were 100 million people in India. That is, there 100 million people are bigger than most populations of countries.
Sure.
Right? And when you have 100 million, even if it is in 1.2 billion, you are now sizable enough at a certain PG level and at a mind space level to go ahead and affect the future. Because gaming can affect the future is why government is interested in us. We have both accountability and responsibility for the future.
Yeah. So, what during the, you said, certain parts benefited during COVID. What benefited? Was it the streaming? Was it the engagement of players with online?
I think publishing definitely did really well, right? So all game publishers had higher play times, there's more discoveries were happening of more games, which is there, and games like Fall Guys and everything started really becoming really well. And since we all talk in Hindi and English, predominantly Western influenced ideas did really well for us. Second, what did really well is obviously the streamers. But streamers has been a very interesting thing. If you were big, you became bigger. If you were small, you couldn't have discovery. So it's the 1% of the 1%, right? So all the top guys, if you had over 100,000, 200,000, 250,000 followers on any social media, you just exploded. You went from 250 to 400,000. The million guy became the 2 million guy, and so on. But what was interesting at the bottom end of this spectrum was if you just started a channel, if you had 10 followers or what, you just started streaming, nobody was watching you.
Yeah.
So the algorithms didn't work for the small guy.
Yeah. So actually, we're running out of time. We had 10 minutes, but I'm just going to ask you, a couple of questions. There's so many federations being set up. I know so many are being set up. So what's the position of that in India? And secondly, how do you see teams, esports teams developing in India going forward?
So federations is a very simple thing, right? I'm a firm believer of federations should federate something, right? The federation by the name of just calling it a federation means nothing. And to me, the federations in esports are always the publishers because we serve at their behest. And the International Olympic Council actually sat down, engaged with esports very actively. And their final latest decision was esports as such cannot be part of the Olympics. We tell all our existing federations to engage with esports. So what they have basically said is they should not be esports as a competition, but cycling can go ahead and decide to have e-cycling as a tournament, right? Which is federated and controlled by the existing federation with partnerships with a publisher. NBA can have NBA 2K. And that's the final decision that has come in from the IOC itself. Now, obviously, it'll take time to go ahead and percolate down. So that's my view on federations. You should federate something. Otherwise, you're just a union, which is fine. And that's fine. The second part of your question, which was, what do teams go ahead and do? I think teams are the natural evolution of teams in any kind of a sports structure starts from being individuals coming together, then clubs, then teams, then franchises, right? And it needs to have that depth which is there. The dropship approach that the US applies with 3-letter acronym, NFL, NBA, all work really well in the US because they have a deep enough system and of local people with sports being loved. Australia has the same. But if you look at most other sports that they have abroad, it evolves out of a club system. For example, football, right? Manchester United is a club and then becomes bigger and then becomes bigger. And then eventually you can go ahead and become franchises and go ahead and have name teams. The second one is the most teams, because of the weight of PUBG, were single team club/teams. Which is there, single game teams, which is there. So a PUBG team was a team, I don't know, United 5, it doesn't matter. I think they will all need to segue into multi-team organizations. You'll need to have a PUBG team, and a Counter-Strike team, and a FIFA team, and a whatever team which is there to go ahead and look at. And you'll have to treat it as a business. So and we've started seeing that happening. We now have over 20 organizations in the country of India that are registered private limited organizations. 5 of them have funding that have been done. So I think evolutionarily we are getting there. Between this year and next year, the breakouts have already started happening.
Great, thanks. I've been told our time's up. Actually, we exceeded our time by a few minutes, but it's been a pleasure chatting with you. Next time, hopefully we'll get more time. And it's over to Priyanka. Thanks and keep in touch. All the best to you.
Cheers, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Rathi and Mr. Vanwari, for a wonderful dialogue. Well, I would like to tell you all that we have almost 5,000 live viewers across our websites and all our other social media platforms. So now we move on to our next panel, Esports Production, Going Remote. For this panel, I would like to introduce our esteemed set of panelists. Mr. Anand Pimprikar, Head Sales BD India, Media and Entertainment Services, Tata Communications. Mr. Kiran Nujiber, Director Esports and Broadcasting, League of Extraordinary Gamers. Gaming and Esports veteran, Mr. Anurag Khurana. Mr. Michael Broda, Chief Executive Officer, Esports Players League. Ms. Mukta Afale, VP, DevOps and Reliability Engineering, Mobile Premier League. Mr. Sanupam Samantre, co-founder, Platonia Esports Private Limited. Mr. Shivanandi, founder and CEO, Sky Esports. This session will be moderated by Mr. Ravi Kiran, founder and CEO, Go Live Group of Companies and gaming evangelist. Welcome all, and now over to you, Mr. Kiran.
Yeah, thanks, Priyanka. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes.
And I was kind of preparing to read that out myself, and I think you did a huge favor. It would have been really hard pronouncing everyone's names right. But a fantastic panel that we have here. Very excited to have this conversation. I think there are a lot of people messaging me on WhatsApp already saying, hey, ask this question, ask that question and whatnot. I told them to just start typing that in the chat out there. That's, I think, the kind of excitement around esports right now in the market. So let's do this just so that our audience has an idea of what we are going to talk about. While it's mostly about content production, let's start off with an idea of what esports is according to all our esteemed panelists, and then also understand what role each of them is playing in the ecosystem, because this is a big picture, right? I mean, everyone's doing their tiny pieces, and once all of that falls in place, that's when esports is like going to become mainstream and it's going to become huge in India as well. So I'll like to start off, I think the order here that I see, I'll go with that. So I'll start off with Anurag. Anurag, what are your thoughts on esports and how are you associated with esports today?
Morning, Ravi. How are you?
I'm doing good, man.
So I think Akshat put it very nicely that it has to be competitive gaming. It has to be not pay to win. So, and it should be broadcasting. That's the definition of esports. So the only difference is, like we use traditional sports, we use bat and ball for cricket, football for football, racket and shuttlecock for badminton. Here in esports, we use computer game for the competitive play. So that's my definition of esports.
Okay, sure. So I think Kiran, at least in my screen, you're next. So I think you've been doing a lot of cool things. So not just about esports, do also let us know what role you are doing, you're playing in the market or in the ecosystem today.
Thank you, Ravi. I think definition of esports, everybody's already got it nailed down. It's a game of skill played electronically. And yeah, I've been in esports for quite some time now, and I've started my journey as an esports athlete back in 2006 for about 3 to 4 years. So I think over the years we've seen a massive shift in how esports has kind of completely changed. Over the last few years, I in fact got back into the industry after a period of about 5 years gap back in 2015 as a shoutcaster. So I still continue to commentate for quite a few esports titles. And besides that, I've been handling all the esports events and the broadcasting side for LXG over the last 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the way with how you mentioned esports athlete, right? I think that the energy and passion is still like very much there. Okay, so Sanupam, I think you're very silent. So come on, man, we need you to say it out with chest thumping and whatnot.
So yeah, I began with the journey with I'm basically an animator. I started my career with being an artist. So I've seen the groundwork, how people make games and they end up being a gamer also. So I've seen both the ends. And in my Platonia, it's like I just handle the part of creative side, which involves the production and post production as well. So yeah, it's been a good journey till date, and happy to see each and everyone over here together. So have worked with all of them. So a bit happy.
Fantastic. And I've seen some LinkedIn posts about something called alpha dot Platonia dot. Do you want to talk anything about that, or is it still in stealth?
So it is in stealth right now. In a month we'll be out with a new format, new website, and we are coming up something new.
Awesome. Hi Mukta. I think you're the one who's representing the big bucks here. So we would like to see something flashy, like Malaya throwing a party kind of thing on this virtual conference. But yeah, very happy to have MPL present a different perspective. So can you kind of give us a more elaborate picture, because there's a lot of confusion in the market as well today. So your take on esports, and also how MPL's been doing in esports in India.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think esports is like the star of the sports entertainment world today. Okay, and it's something which is gaining a lot of traction, and yeah, people are enjoying that. So esports is I think I guess we all know what's esports. So it's at MPL we believe that esports is like a form of skills gaming. Basically, you can get better at esports with practice and time, and there could be some dedicated setups to help people improve and get better at esports.
Okay.
Right.
Sure. And
yeah, MPL. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, as MPL.
Right. So as MPL, actually, we are an esports platform. We are committed to onboarding esports on our app, taking into the masses, basically. Yeah, so we have more than 70 games onboarded on our platform with more than 6 crore users, and we have partnered with like 28 game developers so far. Yeah, so
Great. So Anand, I think you're representing the infra piece of the ecosystem. I've seen a lot of great esport events on your pipe or your backbone, right? So can you talk a little about how you see esports and the role that you're playing in the market today?
Yeah, glad to be on this panel. Esports is actually finding its feet in India and globally as well. And what really drives a lot of in terms of viewership is content, right? And that's really there's a lot of promise that esports brings there, because then it's going to be the next sort of gateway to create the future Virat Kohlis of in terms of a role model, and that really will actually drive, right? So it's a cycle where you look at content drives viewership, and viewership in fact will create role models, and that it sort of feeds itself, right? And that's what esports about. What we are trying to do is what we do in the sporting world very well, quite well for some time, especially getting remote production successful and possible, right? So what you're doing is, how do you really make sure that an event, an esporting event that's held at some bespoke location, how can it be covered in a quality production equal to what you probably see IPL getting produced, and then help sort of get that broadcasted either on linear channels or digital channels, right? So that's essentially the role that we play today. We're seeing and thanks to the lockdown, we've seen a spurt of this actually taking up, right? Because for last 6 months now, thankfully the sports is opening up, but just during after March, hardly 3 months, there were any sporting activity, physical sporting activity, which was there. And a lot of virtual esports actually filled this void. And we were sort of faced in a situation where, how do we really get this content? Because broadcast is all your traditional channels, whether it's sporting channel, didn't have content to show. And this sort of filled that void, and it has helped this industry. We are very, very actively and very keen and excited about this, of how do we really bridge this gap of getting content to the broadcasters, linear or digital channels.
Sure. I think there are a couple of questions on content which will again come back to you, Anand. I think we have the upcoming star of esports in India, Shiva. So Shiva, are you a PUBG player now, or you are just into organizing events?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile and Valorant.
Okay, nice.
And according to me, it's like esports cricket, football, this kind of games you are playing in the ground, and here you are playing electronically, and which is a competitive and skill based. Okay. That's a difference. And our vision is to take the esports not only we don't want to stick with certain people, tier one cities. We want to take the esports to every nook and corner of India. That's our vision. So we need to take the esports to tier two, tier three cities in India.
Got it. So there are some interesting things that I think you will add in later in the conversation, and we have Michael. So Michael, I'm really glad to see you. I think not in person this time, unfortunately, but definitely virtually. So you have seen Indian esports from outside till last year. So how does esports look to you now? The whole ecosystem in India right now, and uh, I mean your thoughts on esports in general.
So thanks for inviting me and being here. First of all, my thoughts on esports in general, we are and we have been very optimistic of this industry, right? I think everyone is saying the industry is growing by 20-25% per year. We are much more optimistic on that one, and I think that we will see that on large scale. About the definition, I think I completely agree what Anurag said. There's one additional thing to esports, what we are thinking should be part of it, besides streaming and skilled competitive gaming, and this is multiplayer, right? We think that in order to be as esports successful, it needs to be a multiplayer game. One-on-one is good for real money gaming and a couple of other stuff, but in order to be successful and be watched, we think that multiplayer is important. So this so far to definition of esports. What we see is we are active in a couple of countries also around India, right? Of course, India is being a little bit regulated now by the political situation, so that doesn't make the life easier, not for outside companies, but for the industry per se. But other than that, I think that we can easily say that we see many similarities to other countries which are mobile focused, right? You know that in Europe and Korea and US, it's basically a PC, partially console country. Mobile comes third and is in development. Many other countries like, I don't know, Indonesia or Mexico, Peru, where we are in, mobile is very much on the rise. Many countries are not mobile first, but mobile only. And talking about these kind of countries, we see many similarities in a couple of countries, same games as being played in India and being on the rise. It's also in other countries. And we see esports and always saw esports as a global industry, not as a local industry. I think, and we are expecting, there will be no borders, no boundaries, everything become global, rising on the local level and becoming global. And I think that's also so fascinating about this industry per se.
Got it. So I think I mean, just to ensure that there is this one word that I was looking for is also covered. I think esports should also be fair. I think I was just checking the definition of esports. We have gotten everything else covered except the word fair. And Michael, great point, the multiplayer aspect of it. I remember doing a tournament almost a decade ago in a college. In fact, it was a fashion college. And we also had a tournament on Pac-Man. So somehow in today's world, the multiplayer has become so important that the Pac-Man tournaments or Pong kind of tournaments or arcade tournaments are no longer big in esports. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so let's shift to the core of the topic, right? I think content creation and content production. So I'd like a couple of you to start off with what is content creation in esports, right? Because a lot of people know the glamorous parts of esports, which is like saying Virat Kohli is cricket, right? But there is the hard work of actually streaming IPL live. So maybe we can get Kiran, Sanupam, and Shiva talk a little about it, because I think they are working on the content side of it a lot. Kiran, maybe you can start off.
Definitely. Thanks, Ravi. So I think in terms of content around esports, I think plays a very crucial part because uh, e- especially in the situation currently today where it's primarily online, unlike the other sports, you don't really get to see the player right away. It's not a given. So I think the entire event or its perception revolves around eventually what the end user gets to see, and that is where I think the value of esports content becomes even more. uh, and yeah, so it pretty much includes everything that goes around the tournament. Of course, the core focus being the broadcast of the matches themselves, but also from a wholesome perspective, all the rest of the content around it, whether it is the interaction with the players, glimpses of them actually playing it itself, which we've gotten to see with quite a few tournaments already. Content around even post content, pretty much with us getting an idea of different kinds of concepts that esports organizations have come up with, a little bit of insight into what goes on behind the scenes. And yeah, I think that's uh, uh, become pretty much uh, uh, a norm today to have around a full esports event. So I think in terms of how we've changed around a little bit, I think especially for me, who's come quite a bit from doing a lot of LAN events and attending a lot of LAN events, conceptually, I think we've changed quite a bit onto moving everyone remote over the last 6 months. And the challenge has been to innovate around achieving the same kind of feel and quality, while working around the shortcomings that we do have from all the players as well as the staff not being available at the same location.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree
So,
with Kiran. So fact is, it's like as Kiran and Shiva both started with the gaming line. Like I've seen them from their starting of the journey. I've been following them. So it is like end of the day, we come to know a gamer requires three things. First, his content. Second, his fame. Third, his name. So this three things are based on the content what he prepares, or what the world prepares, or what the environment prepares for him. So it's all about value. It's about all about value to that particular name. So the content right now in the remote area has gone down a bit, but initial phase of lockdown, yes, people were confused, people were not knowing what to do, how to do it. But according to my studies, it has gone up since last 3 weeks, and it is growing. It is growing. There are n number of mobile platforms which have come out with the streaming platform. There are certain amount of broadcast APKs which has come out just to broadcast your mobile games from an iPad. So everything is shrinking now. So it is like you don't require a big production house to run something massive. You can do it with maximum 2 to 3 people, or you can do it yourself. So basic thing, big thing, small, it is like you used to do maximum of your work on a bigger workstation. Now you are on MacBook or an iPad. So it's just going minute and minute. World is improving. Esports is actually growing. As Akshad and Anurag shared, there has to be a federation which should run this. We need it fast. That is the
Okay.
only way. We need it fast, because thing is, it is required. and this is the correct time to grow it, because it doesn't matter, we can have a Virat Kohli tomorrow from this game. It should not take a decade for that Virat Kohli to come out. It should happen fast.
Very strong, what do you say, statement there. Let's try and make that happen, Sanupam. Quick add on if you can, Sanupam. So I understand you guys have been doing a lot of work outside of India as well, right? I mean, not
Yes.
just in India. Can you just throw a small light on how different it is, or is it exactly the same in terms of remote production and all of it for India, for audience abroad and so on, especially in COVID times? Was it
Being
a
very
challenge?
fair,
Was it the same?
it was a challenge. It was a challenge, but we all agree that being offline, it's a fun game and all together. So it's like, yes, we miss that opportunity to be over there and work on ground. But the challenge increases, actually it doubles up, because you have got latency issues, you have got 4K content which they are throwing, and you have to downscale and play it over here. There is a lot of challenge when it comes to content and playing it live, because when you are doing something for a client, right, you cannot compromise. So that is the first thing. And here you have a challenge, you have a 4K output, but you're restricted to full HD. You know how much blow that particular content will take. So you need to be very clever in putting it in a way that the quality is delivered properly, as well as the client is happy, and there is no latency issue or no jitter in the video while you are doing that. Because being very fair, we have done a couple of virtual studios. So integrating the content which is coming from Singapore and Malaysia, sitting over here in Chennai and putting their content inside my studio, I'm running a system which is running natively, which is throwing live from here, but I have to integrate their data, which might not sync. So yes, it is been tough, but it's kind of a new side where production needs to be done this way. So it's fun.
Sure. And Shiva, can you throw some light on? I think there's been a lot of activity from Sky of late, especially your championship. Can you throw some light on what's been happening and what are your observations? What are the new things you're up to and so on?
Yeah. So I need to say thanks to pandemic personally, because before this COVID pandemic situation, we never been concentrated fully into the online production. Before that, we used to host a lot of land tournaments, Chennai and down south like Madurai and Bangalore kind of regions. So on this pandemic situation, we learned a lot of things on the online production, and we did around 6 to 7 tournaments in online with various game titles like Brawl Stars, PUBG Mobile, Valorant, all the titles we had. And like Sarupam said, like the broadcasting, the protection has faced a lot of issues in the pandemic situation we faced personally, because the Sky Sports focus always to not to go with one single language production. We always used to go minimum of 3 to 4 language broadcasting, and for us, next to Hindi, Tamil, we are focusing a lot, because in India, as Akshat said in the earlier interview, Tamil is the biggest language here on esports, bigger than English also. So always our broadcast plan, production plan will go with multiple language. And we tried one such thing in the Sky Sport Championship 2.0. We drive around 6 languages for the one game PUBG Mobile. We focused the entire South India like Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, and Tamil, English, Hindi, and we got huge response for that. And so Valorant, recently we produced one super content which is very unique also. It is a city-based concept of Valorant, which is called the Valorant Sky Showdown. We focused with the IPL format, and the same day we started with the IPL started at 19. So everyone said PC games won't do much on viewership. It's like a slow process. You can't generate more views, more viewership. So only PUBG Mobile can generate views. It's a thing role in the esports industry. But we did something unique. So we got around the 1.2 million viewership for the Sky Showdown, which is highest number in the Indian esports industry for the PC game tournament. I can probably say, and we are not going to stop on that. We are planning with extended version also. So not only we are focusing productions on one Sky Esports alone, we are getting contents from Supercell Brawl Star Championship, which is a global tournament, and that content is we are getting the live feed, and we are doing it in the Hindi language. The global tournament we are casting for the Hindi audience and for the thing. So going forward, also we are planning to produce content for all the regional audiences.
Okay, good man. I heard two cool words there. So the IPL of esports is coming soon, which is good, and the fact that regional languages are picking up, that's also fantastic.
If you notice the Sky Showdown, I personally felt like Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, those regional people come on and support. They don't care about what is the game. They don't care what who is playing. But I'm supporting Chennai because the name Chennai. I'm supporting Bangalore because one such thing happened is like Bangalore team was played by the Global Esports, which is a Mumbai team. But lot of new pages, lot of pages covered the story. Kannada team is doing good, blah blah blah. So that
Very
kind of
nice.
contents. So that kind of contents we are looking forward to make even better version. So if you take cricket, the viewership or whatever it is, it was very high under T20 and IPL. Same like we are planning. We did some test also. It worked very well, and we are planning a lot of contents to produce to based on the that kind of spicy we need in the esports industry right now. We don't want to stick with only pro tournaments. Yes, grassroots is important for the pro players. At the same time, we need to grassroots the viewership. Viewership is important for any, be it sponsors, be it publishers, whomever it is. At the end, for publisher, DA is important. For esports organization, viewership is important. And brands, we need a viewership. And our one more focus also, we don't want to stick with endemic brands, and we want to bring a lot of non-endemic brands. And we brought Nippon Paint, though it's one of the popular product in South Asia, and they are the main sponsors for Chennai Super Kings also. They used to fund in all our tournaments because of the viewership we are generating regionally. And you won't believe, in 2018 and 2019 we focused only regional only, not North India. I never tried Hindi. I never tried only Tamil, Telugu, Kannada. This I stick with only South part, and I got 25 million viewership only this region. And this pandemic situation in 2020 only, because of the land tournaments not happen, I tried to focus on Hindi language, and yeah, our viewership it becomes a 3x, and our user base becomes 10x right now.
Good man, very deep insights. I think we'll touch on a couple of them later. On to you, Anand, now, right? So Anand, is India ready for this kind of esports viewership, this kind of content consumption? I mean, is our country ready? I mean, are we really a 4G, 5G country in terms of bandwidth and people consuming that kind of content? Are we ready for that?
It is actually from an infrastructure perspective, this is an ever-going problem, right? If a Netflix and a Hotstar and a Sony, right, to answer that question. But if you were to look at from, whether it will grow there, it is just depending on the popularity that something gains, right? So like PUBG had a very huge following. So it was, and it was watched, and it was being played by millions of viewers in India on the existing infrastructure, whether it is 2G, 3G, 4G, whatever you call it. It was running, right? So the question is not around whether the infrastructure is there. Definitely the infrastructure exists to sort of get that. It's really about making the game or the interest levels, making it populate to a level that it finds mass adoption and viable for whether it's fair. I think there's a word mentioned about federation, but right now I think federation is important to come in. I definitely agree with that, but it's about really finding the games, like finding the next PUBG, right? And how looking at getting that one game which will have a mass following for it to galvanize the entire industry. So that's would be my take on it.
Sure, and also in terms of actual content production, right? I mean, since you have powered a lot of big, massive esport events, can you tell us what goes on and why you had to come up with a custom offering, which is why these events had better production and so on, right? I mean, I've myself personally experienced the difference in a couple of events myself.
Yeah, I think if you look at the two aspects of production, right, is actually making esports look as close as possible to a real sporting experience, right? So that's user experience, sporting experience is at the core of increasing mass following, right? Today, if you look at a tier one sport, let's say cricket, right, you would probably have about 20 or 30 cameras on the stadium, and all of those camera feeds finally goes to a mixer. There is advanced graphics that goes along with it, and finally there's a technical crew which decides what shot actually has to be broadcasted. You have 20 shots to take, only one shot goes on the camera, right, on the final output. That's how a real life tier one sport production works. Now, for an esports, there's a unique situation now, more so in COVID. But if you had to, replicate the same infrastructure in an environment which is remote, let's say you're having, games happening, you need an infrastructure which sort of gets all of these live and gets you ability to sort of control all those different fields and gives you the same control that you typically have if you were to live produce something on site, right? So what we have done, we're working with a lot of tier one sports itself to make their production remote, right? And as an offset of that, since we're finding a lot of esports very keen to sort of look at this production itself, how do we make it remote, virtualized? So there are two phases of it there itself. One is how do you first model, just how do you really separate the production control room from this on-site, and the second phase is really virtualizing the production control room itself, right? So your graphics engine can come in from somewhere else, and you can have more regionalization sort of spewed into it, right? And then finally, you can do more with less. What I mean by that is today, if you have four input cameras coming in, and with this graphics and the other the audio that you can mix in, you could possibly have all the permutations to fall a final output. The only question is, do you have so much takers, right? I think Shiva mentioned a point about sports being regionalized and localized. That's the future. If you look at just the cricket, just take an example of very simple example of cricket, right? Before last 5 years, the cricket there was only probably an English and a Hindi commentary feed. That's most like it, right? Today, if you look at it, there are dedicated channels for regional. A Tamil channel, a Tamil commentary is there. There's a Telugu commentary. There's a Bengali commentary, and that's the way to go for it, right? For you to sort of be able to do it, it's important that your entire production is remote, and also you have tools at your disposal, which can then allows you to customize it and get what's right for you to get that viewership up.
Yes. So I think we have understood the content piece of it, right? Now, a couple of quick questions to Michael and Mukta, primarily on the tournament side of it. I mean, there needs to be a reason to create great content. And I think at least in the esports world right now, tournaments and platforms are pushing for activities or community activities to create content. So maybe we start off with Michael. Michael, what are you doing in the whole ecosystem? I remember seeing some posts about some international, national tournaments and whatnot. So can you throw some light on that?
Yes. So what we are doing as ESPL.gg, we are running national leagues, national tournaments, right? So we target basically the casual gamers who wants to start to be in the esports ecosystem, right? So we are not here for the pro part, but we are here for the ones that wants to start to become competitive and run national leagues, right? So we developed the zero to hero story. And having said that, we are running national championships. So basically also now is the perfect time to join us in India and to take part of that one in the games we are running. You can see that on the website. And our ultimate goal is basically to clear a structure, a pathway to become professional, right? Because in the beginning, it was looking at the pro teams, for example, Astralis and CSGO, who are winning all the majors, these are a bunch of friends, right? They know each other for so long and are playing together. But in the future, it will be different. And to find your way up the ladder, it will be more and more difficult. And basically, anyone can play, anyone can become pro, only the structure is missing. And this is what we are developing. So if you go with us and go and climb up step by step, our goal is to be the feeder of the pro teams, right? So you start with us and fight your back way up to the pro team or to the pro league, right? So this is what we are developing, and as you said, this is creating content, engaging content. I think looking also from the influencer perspective, you know that micro influencers are a hot topic right now. Everyone is moving into that area, and esports gamers are basically becoming micro influencers if they are playing on the lower part of esports, not in the very pro. So basically, with us, you have the chance to do so, and if your streaming has 3,000 views, 5,000 views, it's awesome. This is content. This is content you can make money with, and the gamer can make money with. And this is the structure we are developing. We are right now active in 12 countries, including Southeast Asian, Latin American countries, Turkey, and so on. And we step by step add additional countries to that. And our goal is to have a platform, a global one, where you can join basically any time of the day, and you find a tournament, you find a league, really for the mass, and have the great environment. So we did already a couple of tournaments in India, small one for COD Mobile and so on. And now is the time to join our championships.
Fantastic, fantastic. Mukta, can you also share some thoughts on tournaments, how they're creating the ecosystem for content and then content consumption, right? I mean, can you throw some light on that?
Yeah. So the content consumption actually has one important factor. It's like the related factor. So people who are watching or consuming the content, they're doing it because they think that by practice and by watching they can get better and play better. Example, to put it in simple words, if you are watching cricket, IPL cricket, I think there are very few sane people who would believe that they could probably beat Virat Kohli by watching. Okay, but if you're at home and if you're watching esports, I think people will think, I think I can beat that pro guy out there. The another part about this content, or the tournaments form of content, is basically it has to be interactive. Basically, the engagement lies in interaction, and tournaments is a form of we could play different games in the form of tournaments, make it more interactive, and that is also an important aspect of the esports industry. So we at MPL, we believe that this is something which has a tremendous scope in India. For example, MPL had won, a medal in the inaugural event held in the Asian Games in 2018. Okay, and the number of esport tournaments that the people from our country are participating in, it indicates how there are opportunities that are waiting to be grabbed. Okay, so at MPL, we would want to onboard a lot more esports titles on our platform. Okay, and we have onboarded a lot of different games like MPL's own Rogue Heist, which is India's first homemade FPS battle royale game, where there is enough talent and basically lots of talent. There is a lot of talent even in the game development space. Okay, so if when we publish more such games, the more Indian gamers would, definitely, and gamers as well as Indian game developers are going to stand to benefit. Okay, so I think MPL is doing its role to make it a constructive development esports platform in India, which becomes like you have different games. You create and publish different games, onboard them on the platform. There are gamers who would be playing them in the form of tournaments. Uh, and this actually generates a different kind of an ecosystem and a different kind of play, which is the core of MPL as of now.
A lot of our audience might not know that MPL also does tournaments in games like PUBG and so on as well, right? It's not just more casual games and stuff. Rogue Heist was a fantastic example. What are the other big games that you can reveal, if any, which are coming up?
Yeah, so basically, as I just mentioned, it's since we are like a skills gaming platform, we are committed to onboarding a lot of new games. Okay, and basically, example MPL Rogue Heist, a whopping 83% of the gamers who have played the game they are from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So so games like these, which form, so they are not basic games, they are like multiplayer games uh, in a format of like Rogue Heist, and some such games are also which are being played on the MPL platform, including Free Fire.
Sure. So, Anurag, I think I started with you. There are 3 trick questions to you, and I'll let others also chip in after we hear your wise answer. Right. So the first one is, I think we have taken Virat Kohli's name a couple of times. I don't know many people would even know Teerth, who won a medal for India in Asian Games, right? So how do we change that? That's one. And the 2 other questions directly connected to that is, in the current state of tournaments and the ecosystem around tournaments, pro gamers, how ready is India to actually go do something massive on a global level? Right? I mean, the third question I'll ask after hearing your answer.
Okay. So I hope we are not taking Virat Kohli's name because MPL is there. Mukta is there. Just a joke, Mukta. Just a joke. Yeah. So anyways, so again, Teerth, I know Teerth personally, and he did a tremendous job for getting us bronze in Hearthstone in last Asian Games. But that is one part. But if you look at people like Scout OP, Mortal, Jonathan, Ghatak, these people are already known. Okay, we are taking example of Teerth because he got us a medal. But if you look at Entity, they also stood the 5th in PUBG tournament worldwide. So people know about them, but yes, they are not known as to the tenure like of the scale like we know Virat, Dhoni, etc. I think that will change with mass adoption, viewership of esports. Once esports comes to mainstream, I think that will change. Right now, still, the way I look at it, compared to other traditional sports, and especially cricket, esports is very niched. So that is first part of the question. But one thing I like to add there, that next superstars for sports are going to be from esports. That much I know. I don't know whether it will take 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years. That much I can't comment on. But I know next superstars are going to be from esports. Number one. Number two, generally, except Entity or Teerth, what I've seen that we have great guys in domestic circuit, but once we go international circuit, that's where we fail. I think the major reason that I feel there is that we have skills and everything, but as in normal sports, you have a lot of sports staff with any organization or team that is still lacking in India. So that ecosystem needs to build up in India to make our athletes competitive on the international stage. We need psychologists, we need sports staff, we need coaches. Like so many teams, I know great teams, but they even don't have a coach on board. They have an in-game leader, what we call as IGL, but they don't have coaches. So I think it is still evolving. Esports is still evolving in the country. It will take time, or it might happen tomorrow. I can't predict that part. But I think that is what is lacking in Indian esports. If you look at from the whole perspective, yes, certain teams already have sports staff like coaches, psychologists. They hit the gym every day, man. So that is something which is very refreshing for me to see. But if you look at the bigger picture, most of the teams today don't look at the sports stuff infrastructure for esports.
Got it. So here is my follow-up question, right? And this is a question to everyone. We'll go in the same order. Like we'll start with Anurag. So since the topic is around content, so name one interesting content piece you would like to see come out of India and help make it mainstream, right? I mean, is there one idea that each of you can share as a closing remark, especially on the content lines? And I'm putting you first, Anurag. Anything that you would love to see in India in terms of content, esports content?
I think, let me just take a step back. For me, esports content is different from streamers streaming the game.
Yeah.
Let me make that very clear, because that's general perception. That is that if a guy is playing a game, that's a esports content. I slightly differ on that part. So I think as Shiva has already been doing great part of that we need this to be inclusive. So regional language is one thing which is doing very good job at that. Secondly, we have to, as Mukta said, that most of 80% of our players were from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I know the next rock stars or superstars for esports will be from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, not predominantly from metros. Okay, so we have to take esports in a fashion that it is accessible in tier 2 and tier 3, and we get more participation from those cities, which is happening, but I would like to be on the bigger scale. So these are my 2 points.
So inclusive content. Okay, Kiran, quick.
I pretty much come from the same place Anurag has as well. I think even with initiatives we've taken at LXG, it has primarily been to activate the grassroots level gamer. I think from a professional standpoint, all the top teams have enough of a platform today to get covered in India, whereas the ones who are just growing up have, I'd say a very long journey and a very hard one at that, with the amount of opportunities at the grassroots not being as much as compared to, say, being a top 3 team at whichever esports title you're playing. And so I think I mirror Anurag's sentiment in saying that yes, I want to see a lot more of content that we see around professional athletes, around grassroots level gamers as well, which I think eventually will allow these gamers to accelerate their growth in the industry to getting those massive opportunities down the line.
Okay. Sanpam, any closing thoughts from your end?
So yeah, from my end, I would say that till date, it's like we have done majority of the events which are involving students. So we are into the grassroots level actually, and we are also planning to bring up certification as well as a university which involves esports predominantly. And as Kiran said, it's like each and every legendary gamer, he starts from a cafe. He never starts from his home, he starts from a cafe where behind him there is another veteran who is actually guiding. So Kiran, that's your story, by the way. So it's like so it's like I met him. I met him like a couple of years ago before we started the company, and I saw him helping a person how to use a scout, not a AWP. So it's like it starts with a small thing. A person, anyone who is from whichever city he is, he requires someone to show the direction so that he can follow up. So it is like it should start from the grassroots level, and it's high time that India needs to understand this is also a legendary part which needs to be considered now, because everything is moving to web, everything is moving to IP broadcast. Being very frank, if today we are talking about remote production, please do have a look on the camera or any new releases which are happening. They are moving from interlace to P section, because everything is going to happen in web. So technically people are moving away from TV, they are coming into mobile and systems more. So if they are doing that change, people should start moving. It is high time. So
Point taken.
yeah,
Sure.
that's all from
Shiva,
my end.
Shiva, what is that content piece, man? Magical content piece. Is it IPL of esports that you talked of?
See, my only and it's my vision, everything. It's like we need to build grassroots on players as well viewership. Okay, so making players alone not going to make esports big. Okay, but we need to make superstars. We need to bring general audience to watch esports. Okay, once PUBG is banned, the entire Indian esports scene was biggest question. Okay, then right now the Valorant scene has become little more increasing, but at the end, if you grassroots the viewership of general audience, you need to make your kids to watch esports, you need to make your wife to watch, you need to make your mom to watch esports. That has to be evolved, not only into tier one cities or not only into Hindi or whatever, but it has to go with the Kanyakumari to Kashmir. That's the way cricket is number one game in the world. Okay, in terms of viewership.
Okay, point taken. So, Mukta, any thoughts? What's that content piece that MPL would bring out? Like you revolutionized with Virat Kohli ads, right, on TV. So, are we looking at Virat Kohli playing games with real players and a TV ad or something?
Yeah, so definitely India or like basically MPL would want to encourage Indian game developers to definitely publish a lot of new cutting edge games. But one thing that I feel that what the thing that should come out of India is the technology that supports the content creation, rendering, and consumption. So, example, even things like whatever the technology innovation and that is required to in order to publish the content, to deliver it, and to consume it at sub-second latency. Example, one of the things I think Akshat or someone or maybe someone just mentioned around um, having the mobiles being lightweight and let the cloud or the servers do the entire processing. All that would happen is the live streaming of the gaming experience. You don't have to download any gaming assets on your mobile. So there are a lot of such things which I feel that from India or even at MPL, we should try to do it. And I say that because actually I come from a tech background and I'm handling technology and cloud and servers at MPL. But not just for that, I think the technology that supports content and the newest thing has to come out of India. And I think we have really good talent out there to do that.
Sure. Fantastic. So, Michael, what are your thoughts? What kind of content will take gaming to mainstream? Some closing remarks.
So I think very easy. Technology is definitely a factor. I think we are looking very much into AI, AI generated content for the future. This will be a bigger part. But what we learned, especially in the esports industry, is authentic content, right? Content really from the lives of the gamers, and the more authentic the better. So not high production costs, but really authentic. And basically I think this is what esports is all about, right? You look into the lives of these gamers when they are having fun, and our job is to create the technology for it so it's easy to generate authentic content.
Got it. So, Anandji, any closing remarks?
It's a common theme across. I would probably just like to add it. I would like to see from a content perspective a game becoming global, right? That will be the real leveler if that can happen, and the multiplayer aspect about it, right? Imagine, I think Virat Kohli is getting cliched, but let me say Dhoni. A Dhoni from say Tamil Nadu actually comes or Chennai actually plays at an equal team, multiplayer team, and becoming famous. That would be the real next thing. Technology is there. Technology is enablers definitely there to make it happen. Yeah, that would be personally, I think should be good for the industry.
Thank you, everyone. I think that was a very engaging session. Lot of great insights. I hope a lot of our audience loved those points as well. Look forward to talking to you all in person sometime soon post-COVID. And off to you, Priyanka. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thank you all for such a mind-stimulating discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we have a presentation by Mr. Sharan Tulsiani, Business Development Manager, Games, Google Play India, ANZ. Welcome, Mr. Tulsiani, and over to you.
All right. Hello. Hey. So this is not going to be ideal, but let me know if my audio is coming in correctly. I had to switch from my laptop to my iPad, but hopefully this works well.
It's
Let me know.
working well, Sharan. Chill. This is Anil here. Welcome.
Oh, hey, Anil.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for having me on this. It's going to be really hard to follow through with the amazing panel that was we just ran through now, but I'll try my best.
Well, you're pretty good at it. You've been running all those accelerators in Singapore along with Google. You've been mentoring a lot of small startups. I think this is going to be an easy hit for you. I see you hitting it for a 6.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Have a great session. Take care.
So I'm going to wait for the slides to pop up on my screen. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. Okay, so I had an opportunity to figure out what would be an ideal session to conduct, right? In this fairly amazing event with this really, really impressive set of speakers. And like I was telling Anil, I was thinking about it that I'm going to be following some of the leaders of the Indian and even leaders in the global esports space. And esports is hot. Everybody's talking about it. It's an incredibly exciting space. And frankly speaking, I love listening to those discussions because the energy, the enthusiasm, the optimism of where we're about to go and where we already reached is fantastic. But there is this other part that personally excites me. I work a lot with game developers. A lot of what I do at Google and a lot of what I've been doing for the last 17 years in the gaming industry, I started actually in high school or post-high school, has been trying to find ways to make game developers successful. Right? So either bringing games to markets or the go-to-market strategy, publishing strategy, even aspects of development. My first job in the gaming industry was in community management for an MMORPG. So I've done PC, I've done console, I've done mobile, and it's coming up on 2019 and 2020, right? After all this time, that I'm really excited. And part of that excitement is because of some of these insights that I'm about to share with you, right? And this is about this is for gamers. It's about gamers in India, people who play games, but it's also about the business of gaming and what we can achieve in our country, right? Could you go to the next slide, please? Right. Oh, that's me, by the way. So there we can go. Yeah. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. That's fine. Yeah. All right. So quick question. What is driving growth? I will try to cover this very broadly for you guys, right? Essentially, we know that device volume and quality in India is amazing. These are stories that I assume most people on this call know, but I'll give a quick overview, right? There's rapid expansion in the smartphone adoption, right, of India. We have some 400 million plus active broadband smartphone users. There's lots of numbers out there. And what's interesting for gamers or gaming is that 70% of these devices now have more than 2 GB RAM, right? And a few years ago, it was less than 5%. So it's a massive difference. And now I think 70% might be an outdated number, which I'm sharing with you. Data costs, we know 90% drop in data costs. We know that the product market fit has become a lot better. We saw what happened in Battle Royale games and esports in India, right? So you found a fit for the kind of content. And the payment ecosystem, that's also evolved a lot. UPI, digital payments, people are used to paying online. All of that has made a difference. But what's really exciting for me, and this was touched upon by, I think, the esports panel also, is that the other aspects of India, what marketers call India 1, 2, 3, right? These have started coming online one at a time. So the new users who've come online, last 200 million people who've bought smartphones and become gamers, they're not the same as the old users, right? They're not the same as the people who adopted gaming 5 years ago. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so this is what I'm going to quickly cover. In India, who's actually paying for games? Who are these guys? Why are they buying, right? Second, well, there is something that's stopping them from achieving their spend potential. What is that? And how can we, as people in the gaming industry, and I'm speaking primarily to people who are on the development end, but also if you're on the esports end, it's something you can look at as a holistic approach to monetization, right? So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is what the user research is. Now, this is a Google research. It is conducted, we did 2,200 quant surveys, right? We did a large amount of qualitative surveys, and we had a fairly wide range group of 18 to 35 of gamers and non-gamers who we interviewed. And we did this across 8 cities. So this is a Google research. It's fairly intensive and something that is not typically available publicly, right? So you guys are among the first few people to see this outside. I've done a presentation before, but not to too many people. So we can shift to the next slide here. All right. Who is the Indian gamer? Now, with the growing market in India, there are gaps in understanding, right? And just to kind of leave, there are gaps. It's not that everybody understands everything. There are gaps. This is our attempt to find out a little bit more within those gaps, right? So we can go to the next slide. All right. So this is what data tells us. The Indian gamer is 62% between 18 to 25 years of age. 64% are male. No surprise there. 65% are single. This is important. A lot of people laugh at that term, but let's park that aside, put a pin on it. That's an interesting one. And then 45% are students. Again, an interesting one. Now, there's some quick numbers I'll give you. 67% of buyers, right, online are in the age group of 18 to 24. So they're younger end. And 72% of these buyers are male. Again, no surprise there, but I suspect it's going to change. Go to the next slide. Now, there are a couple of animations appears here. You can skip. You can just tap next and let the information come in. There we go. So this is for what we found out with where people find games. The Play Store is the biggest source of gaming in India that we found, at least from what our users tell us. And YouTube and other social platforms are really important in how people discover and engage. So if you look at the list of how people find games they want to play, YouTube is big. And clearly, this is where we see a big overlap of things like esports, right? You have streamers, you have content creators in the gaming business. That thing has exploded, not just in India, but globally, right? And an important implication, by the way, of the data is that if you look at it, it tells us that the Indian gamer is far younger than the average age in other countries, right? So we're in the early stages of growth. Now, a younger audience, right, is more impressionable. Typically, we believe that, which means that friends, family, social circles do have an impact. Word of mouth is very strong. And I think Battle Royale's growth, the growth of a lot of these genres is word of mouth, and then the other part of the ecosystem on YouTube and social media around it. So yeah, we can go to the next slide. We can move on. Yeah. All right. So looking at the discovery journey, we spoke to users to try to understand what all information they look for. Right? If you want to play a game, if you want to be a gamer, if you are a gamer, what source of information you look for? And usually, these users generally turn to sources for discovering new games with things like reviews, right? Because they look at data points in terms of things like graphics, in terms of things like general playability, in terms of recommendation. This, of course, spans across gaming overall, right? And frankly speaking, in India, the lovely thing is a lot of content hasn't evolved like it evolved in the early days of the West, right, where it was text-based. It's really YouTube videos. So you could be in a specific region. You could speak a language that's only spoken in one state, and you would probably find a YouTuber that has reviewed a Battle Royale game, or even now Among Us, right? There's a lot of people who speak your language literally and metaphorically to explain and review the game for you. Go to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so here's some advice we typically give to game developers and people who are building games in India to succeed in India. But this is also very relevant for game developers outside of India, basically publishers who are looking into the market, right? And in India, essentially, local influencers are incredibly powerful at driving installs, right? Again, I think this has significant implications in how you think about esports and gaming branding in general. But fundamentally, what I'm focused on is the fact that a lot of Indians don't necessarily watch global gaming influencers, the famous ones. They do have a following. It's the local influencers that have a massive impact or influence on game developers, on gamers in India for their choices, right? So, for example, a leading global casual game, I can't give you the name, they regularly work with YouTube and previously TikTok and get just their own content videos to get over 1 million views, right? And match 3 publishers, even match 3 publishers, they have created, one of them has created a club, a creator club in India, right? Where they have 300 to 500,000, 5 lakh subscribers in just 8 to 10 months, right? So YouTube or any sort of influencer content aspects are incredibly powerful in driving that discovery journey for games in India, for gamers. Next slide, please. All right. Why do Indian users play, right? We can go to the next slide. Now, we touched upon how gaming in India, for most users, is kicked off directly on mobile. A lot of us in the gaming industry have gone through a lot of these conversations about how, mobile natives and the culture didn't grow from PCs, it came into mobile. But let's dive a little bit more into the implications of that. Right? We know that consumers are hungry for quality content in the games. Okay, and they also look at gaming as an aspirational recreation. Again, something that you eventually see flowing into esports. Thus, when it comes into functional reasons behind choosing titles, right, the storyline, game design, or graphics, right, are super important for this selection. Right? In fact, 2/3 of people interviewed said that these 2 reasons really drive their selection of game. All right, we can move to the next one. Now, moving beyond, let's really move beyond the surface and say, what are really emotional reactions? Because I would say, as growing up and, being part of the birth of the gaming industry in India, it's a very emotional place. And I think maybe gamers around the world, but definitely around here, we make decisions a little more emotionally, right? I know I did in my early gaming years. And what this research tells us is that social connection is one of the key emotive reasons to drive the attraction towards a game, right? So you can see that in certain games, team sports, right? Everything from a battle royale game to Ludo is sort of multiplayer, right? These are sort of dominant categories in India. And where you see it sort of the balance is you have social connect and you have a sense of competition or leadership. Interesting words. These 2 stack on top of each other. And on the other end, you have a slightly different type of gamer who does it to relax and unwind. Now, unwinding could be also competition, but it depends on person to person. You can go to the next slide. I want to talk quickly about what this social connect is. And again, anybody in the competitive gaming space understands this as a fundamental. But I think from outside the gaming industry, when you look at it, the first thought that people have is, oh, gaming is an isolating endeavor, right? It's an isolating sport, or it's an isolating activity, or whatever. I know if Akshat Rathi is listening to this, he's probably like, because I know he's faced this, right? But social connection, research tells us, where gaming brings peers together, makes them bond, is incredibly important. So connection is super important to gamers in India, right? Whether it's fighting against common enemies, whether it's friendly banter. So I'm going to move quickly because I have less time. So I'm going to skip through some of the things. And let's do that. I'm not going to spend time on relaxation and unwinding. I think everybody understands that bit. And sense of competition also. So we can skip to 2 slides later. Move ahead. And we can move to the next one. Relaxation and unwinding, I think, is simple enough. And the sense of competition and self-worth is also simple enough. right? You know how this works. I want to spend a second on what self-worth means. If you could bring up the next animation in the same slide. Right? Essentially, what this means is that we see research tells us that the gamers in India find their value themselves and find their respect in their friend circle increase by how well they play a game. Right? All right. So we can move to the next slide. What all this tells me is that if you're building a game out of India, or if you're looking to market a game in India, think about these two drivers. Think about emotional drivers, right? In your games, so social experience, multiplayer, have chat, have audio, video chat, and give users an opportunity to build an identity and reputation. Again, I will lean on esports and say esports is a great way to build identity and reputation. So we have that. But it's not just, you can do it in ways that don't have esports involved. And the other thing is do community management. Spend time on building communities. We can move to the next one. All right, this is where I'm going to try to spend a little more time, and I ask the organizers forgiveness for this because I find this incredibly important. Can we move to the next slide, please? Right. Well, user behavior, spending, and this is what drives an industry's growth, is about how you can get people to pay or convince them that what they're doing is of value, right? So our research tells us that basically these two pillars here, sense of achievement, right, and social interaction. These are the two reasons why gamers in India have reported that they will pay in a game. Right? So bragging or winning over others or advancing in more levels or keeping up with their friends, these are super important self-reported reasons. Next slide, please. Right, and we can just get the animation to pop up in the slide. Great. Now, a little more breakdown, right? You can see some of the best games, the most popular games in India reflect this, but character accessories, 79% of users would like to spend on that. 7% say general items, and 53% say that they like to spend on when there are moments of sales and discounts, right? So whether it's a 8-ball pool or a battle royale game, people spend to make other people jealous, to make them break through. In fact, pay for skins is more popular than pay to win, though pay to win is also growing slowly, right, in certain types of games. So we can move to the next slide. All right, this is a couple of animations, so yeah, you might want to wait for that to load up. Now, a consumer today has multiple barriers to make a payment in your game. Again, I'm speaking to you as a game developer, right, or publisher, an Indian consumer especially. So we need to find means to address this. These are 5. We can move to the next. We can go next. Yeah. These are 5 of them. I won't spend time on just these 2. Right? Fair enough. One, and this is a pretty strong one, even though it's 57%, is the lack of value perception. And the other one is payment-related issues, right? But they're not, able to pay. They don't want to spend the money, etc., etc. Basically, people believed that Indian gamers believe that what they're spending on because it's a virtual good may not have the value. Right? So they want to wait for a discount or sale, and they are worried that what they spend money on may be a lot more, they might get a lot less for it because it's virtual. And that's okay. I think we're changing that slowly, right? So whether they're not willing to pay high amounts, we are seeing developers put price points that are lower. So people spend lower amounts, 10 rupees, 20 rupees. Indian gamers spend on things that achieve the right balance of value to cost. In fact, if you move to the next slide. Yes, we can. The next slide, yeah. 46 out of the 100 gamers that we saw, 46% are likely to pay for games in the future. Right? And I think this is super interesting for a healthy gaming ecosystem, both from an ecosystem where people today who are playing games can look at this as an industry where they can design and build games so that they generate revenue out of it and can sustain themselves as a career and an industry, but also for competitive gaming where as the market grows, it's not just that people play for free, but they are contributing to the growing investment in India in gaming, right? And so quick run through the next 4 tips. Next slide, please. All right. If you have a game that's been published in India, understand that Indian users are value sensitive. Don't confuse price with value. Create and establish a clear value for your in-game items and economy. Economy balancing is super important. We can go to the next slide. So I have a complex aspects of this, but very quickly, if you're pricing something in India, for gaming especially, think of how you want to price the item, whether you want to go for volume or higher ARPU, right, or ARPPU. And you want to balance these two out. In fact, a leading Ludo game dropped their price point to 10 rupees, right? And their number of orders grew 20x, but then revenue also in that time frame grew 10x, right? Because their users were very India 2, India 3. And I think that's relevant for not just Indian games, but for international games looking to enter the market, that sometimes the higher end bulk dollar pricing might need to be broken down further. And next slide. I think we're towards the last slide here. Right. Guide your users. A lot of your gamers are paying for the first time, so it's okay to give them visual guidance on how to pay. I know a lot of game developers and people in the gaming industry might find it like, oh, we don't need to tell our users what to do. But understand that our users are coming from all over the place, different levels of expertise with the mobile phone. And so it's okay to handhold them a bit and visually explain what they need to do so that they can be more valuable users in your game. Right? So last slide there, and I can leave it on, is YouTube is a little blank, but think of it as any social video network, right? These are 6 points that I would give you as a checklist. If you're building a game in India or you're looking to monetize Indian gamers, think about these six points. All right, that's it for me. I'm good. We can close here.
Thanks, Sharan. That was pretty engaging about how you're looking at the gamer and this ecosystem in India. Thank you. Priyanka, over to you.
Yes. So we thank you, Mr. Tulsiani, for this insightful presentation. We now move on to our next and final segment for the day. Live stream the upward curve. For this panel, I would like to introduce our esteemed set of panelists. Mr. Anirudh Pandita, founder, Pocket Aces. Mr. Ishan Arya, co-founder, the Esports Club. Mr. Piyush Kumar, founder and CEO, Router Sports Technologies Private Limited. Game streamer, Mr. Raman Chopra. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Anil Vanwari. I welcome you all, and now over to you, Mr. Vanwari.
Welcome, guys. I'll just turn off the music now. Thought I'll liven up the proceedings a bit. This is all about live streaming. I'll begin with actually the man in the house who's the hero of us all, because of whom we have our platforms. रमन, आप हो गया इधर?
हाँ जी, हेलो।
स्ट्रीमिंग क्यों करते हो यार?
स्ट्रीमिंग मैंने जस्ट पहले तो शुरुआत जस्ट फॉर फन किया था, लाइक मैं गेम हमेशा से खेलता आ रहा था। तो ट्विच पे मैंने देखा था बहुत सारे लोगों को कि ये क्या करते हैं, और मैं यूट्यूब पे कुछ लोगों को फॉलो करता था, जैसे स्लोगो मैन, ये लोग GTA 5 की वीडियो बनाते थे। GTA 5 एक गेम है। हाँ जी, तो वो वीडियो बनाते थे, तो मैंने भी स्टार्ट किया, लाइक गेम खेलता था, उसका वीडियो मैंने अपलोड चालू किया, उसको कम से कम 100 लोग देखने लगे, लाइक स्टार्टिंग का, ये 2016 की बात है। तो मैंने कहा चलो देख रहे हैं, तो फिर एक मुझे पता चला लाइव स्ट्रीम भी यूट्यूब पे हो सकती है, कि जैसे ट्विच मैंने देखा था, ट्विच को फॉलो किया था कि ट्विच पे लोग लाइव आते हैं, गेम खेलते हैं, और लोग आते हैं, इंटरेक्शन करते हैं अपनी ऑडियंस से। तो मैंने कहा चलो एक बार ट्राई करने में क्या है, गेम तो मैं खेलता ही हूँ, जस्ट स्ट्रीम चलती रहेगी साथ में। तो मैंने जस्ट पहली बार स्ट्रीम करी GTA 5 की, मैं खेल रहा हूँ, कोई वॉचिंग कुछ नहीं है, बस मैं अकेला खेल रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम चल रही है, वो प्रॉपर पूरी स्ट्रीम 3-4 घंटे की अपलोड हुई है। फिर ऐसी डेली मैंने करने लगा, लाइक मैंने कहा चल ठीक है, मेरी भी चीज बन रही है, लाइक कहीं हार्ड ड्राइव में कहीं सेव नहीं हो रही, लाइक पब्लिकली वो जा रही, कोई गेम प्ले देखना चाहे, कोई मिशन देखना चाहे तो देख सकता है। 1-2 दिन, थोड़े टाइम बाद, कुछ 10 दिन बाद, कुछ 1-2 लोग आए, 3-4 लोग आए, उन्होंने बातचीत करना चालू कर दिया। लाइक पहले ऐसा था कि वीक में शायद मैं 1 या 2 बार ही लाइव आता था, तो पर वो जो 4-5 लोगों ने मुझे बोलने लगा कि आप डेली आया करो, हमें आदत पड़ गई, हमें एडिक्शन हो गया है, क्योंकि हमारे पास पीसी नहीं है आपके जैसा, आप गेम खेलते हो, हमारा भी मन करता है गेम खेलने का, पर जब आप गेम खेलते हो और आप हमसे बात करते हो तो हमें लग रहा है कि हम ही गेम में गए हुए हैं, और आप जो खेल रहे हो, आप हमें, वो लोग बताते हैं कि अरे ऐसा करो वैसा करो, तो वैसा करते तो उन्हें लगता है कि मैं गेम खेल रहा हूँ, तो वो एंजॉय करते, तो मुझे भी अच्छा लगने लगा, मैंने डेली लाइव स्ट्रीम चालू करने लगा। लाइक यहाँ पे मैं कुछ पैसे के लिए कभी नहीं आया था ना, लाइक स्ट्रीमिंग वगैरह इसी में।
लेकिन क्या आप अच्छा खेलते थे? क्योंकि अगर आपने 3.5-4 घंटा खेला, मतलब आपकी स्किल लेवल अच्छी थी।
नहीं, आज अगर कोई भी गेम है तो बंदा अगर शुरुआत करता है तो हमेशा नूब ही होता है, तो मैं नूब ही था लाइक GTA 5 में, लाइक इसमें इतना कुछ ऐसा स्किल बेस्ड नहीं होता, लाइक रेसिंग और ये सब होता है, तो तब भी लोग देखते थे, तो धीमे धीमे जाके आपके स्किल्स इंप्रूव होते हैं, तो ऐसे जैसे धीमे धीमे बढ़ते लोग भी बढ़ने लगे, वो 5 से 10 15 20 100 200 400 500 एक टाइम पे 5,000 भी जाते थे। तो
और वो आपका लाइव स्ट्रीम देखते थे?
हाँ जी।
और अभी कितने लोग देखते हैं? अभी आपके यूट्यूब चैनल पे मैंने देखा कि आपको करीब 2,80,000 फॉलोअर है।
हाँ, 2,74,000।
मैंने थोड़ा एग्जैजरेट किया
हाँ
यार।
जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
हाँ, 2,80,000 बोलते थे, क्या होता था यार। तो, तो कितनी बार आप लाइव स्ट्रीम करते हो?
मैं डेली करता हूँ, दिन में एक बार।
दिन
हाँ
में एक
जी।
बार? कितने बजे?
मैं शाम में आता हूँ 7:30 बजे।
और कितने घंटे के लिए आप स्ट्रीम करते हो?
वो डिपेंड करता है जितना मैं एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, अगर मैं जब तक गेम खेल रहा हूँ, जब तक मैं एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, ऑडियंस भी एंजॉय करती है। जब होता है कि चल अब मैं बोर हो रहा हूँ, तो फिर थोड़ा बातचीत करता हूँ ऑडियंस से और फिर स्ट्रीम एंड कर देता हूँ, तो कभी 4 घंटा, कभी 3 घंटा, कभी 5 घंटा, तो वो टाइम फिक्स नहीं है।
और उसके पहले पूरे दिन भर क्या करते हो? सोते हो कि काम करते हो?
नहीं, इससे पहले वैसे तो मैं पहले 2 टाइम स्ट्रीम करता था, एक टाइम दोपहर में 2:30 बजे करता था और एक रात में 8:30 करता था। ये लॉकडाउन के बाद में थोड़ा चेंज वेंज हुआ, तो दोपहर में आजकल अब मैं ऐसा करता हूँ, जैसे 1 वीक हो गया, 1 वीक में फिर मैं वीडियोस में कुछ हाईलाइट ढूंढता हूँ, फिर उसकी कोई हाईलाइट बनाता हूँ कि वीकेंड में सैटरडे या संडे की उसकी कुछ हाईलाइट में अपलोड कर सकूँ, तो उसको एडिट करता हूँ मैं। थंबनेल भी लाइक मेरी सारी चीज मैं खुद ही करता हूँ, मैं थंबनेल भी मैं ही बनाता हूँ, एडिटिंग भी मैं ही करता हूँ, सारी चीजें मैं ही करता हूँ। लाइक ज्यादातर लोग टीम रखते हैं कि कोई थंबनेल बनाता है, कोई एडिटिंग कर देता है, तो मैं सारी चीज अपनी खुद ही करता हूँ।
तो आपका एम्बिशन क्या है, कि प्यूडीपाई को हराने का?
हाँ, नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो तो हो भी नहीं सकता कभी भी।
क्यों?
वो कहाँ लेवल पे है।
तो
अभी
अरे
तो हम वहां पहुंचे भी नहीं।
तो क्या है आपका एम्बिशन?
जस्ट लाइक मैं एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ,
और
मेरे को
पैसे भी
ऐसे ही
मिल रहे हैं?
कंटिन्यू करना
नॉर्डविन
है।
ने आपको स्पॉन्सर किया है 1-2 चीजों के लिए आपको, और अलग अलग ब्रांड स्पॉन्सर कर रहे हैं आपको?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
तो पैसे भी बन रहे हैं, राइट?
हाँ जी, स्पॉन्सरशिप्स तो मिलती हैं, तो उससे हाँ पैसे भी मिलते हैं। तो अगर आप जो चीज लाइक आप खेलते हो, लाइक आप जो चीज इंजॉय करते हो और वहां से पैसे भी आने शुरू हो गए, तो फिर तो सोने पे सुहागा वाली बात है।
बहुत अच्छी
क्योंकि
बात।
वो आप इंजॉय कर रहे हो, जो आपका पैशन है, तो वो चीज है।
So Anirudh, this is your guy. Tell me more about your platform.
Yeah, I think we've been at the forefront of building digital video with Filter Copy and Ice Media. We saw a whole host of new creators coming to the fore, and I think now with the change in kind of where gaming has reached in India because of what Mukesh Bhai has done and what kind of phones are available and the kind of games that are now available on those platforms, I think we have a community of different categories which are all starting to get deep enough where we can get people like Raman Bhai. We have so many people now. If you see 5 years, 4 years back, how many gamers were there on YouTube? There's hardly anything, right? And I always use YouTube as a leading indicator of audience taste. So, web series were there in YouTube much before Netflix.
Please don't call it web series. I had this argument with you for a long time. Call it premium originals.
Sorry, what?
Premium originals.
Premium originals, okay. ठीक है, मेकअप करके उसको थोड़ा और बेहतर नाम दे सकते हैं।
वही करने का।
ठीक है, तो point is कि that we see that on YouTube, right? Like there were only 7 or 8 people above 1 million, a couple of years back. Now there are 30, 40 of them. And our platform is focusing a lot on figuring out interactivity between streamers and gamers, and I think and viewers. I think that's the part where we've seen, YouTube is lacking, where we feel other platforms are also lacking, and we're building lots of features to allow that. And that's been the biggest pain point for everyone. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं अब रमन भाई को पूछूं कि आप गिव अवेज कैसे करते हो, तो गिव अवेज वो पेनफुल हो जाता है, आपको नाम लिखने पड़ते हैं, फिर उनको भेजना पड़ता है. We've built an automated system for this, right? So simple tools, they're not some rocket science. So they're simple tools, but they allow for more and more interactivity in game, in stream, mini games, tools. When you have a 4-hour stream, as a content creator, I know how difficult it is to keep people engaged. So you can do interesting things with that. So we are building that platform, and I think we're very early in the in the growth of gaming in India. अभी तो रमन के पास 2,70,000 plus 4,000 लोग हैं. Exactly बोला था वो. Oh, that will be, 1 million very soon. And we have a bunch of guys like him on the platform who are playing different types of games. And I think that's the most heartening thing of all is the variety in the gaming that is there. But of course, PUBG, was the one that really broke that category through. So PUBG was was the bellwether and really opened that category. And I think now you'll see almost every publisher is going to build a huge number of games. So for us, it's very natural. We know talent very well. We obviously run one of the biggest talent companies in India. We know streaming. We've built some of the biggest live streams and we run them on our platform. And we of course know how to monetize that stuff. That's how we build Pocket Aces. So for us, it was a very natural offering that we could provide to people like Raman, and you will be amazed at where the gamers are coming from. And I think that is again very, very, very heartening for me. All over the country, we're continuously getting, my Instagram is just full of people writing to me कि कैसे join करूं, मेरा esports tournament आप sponsor कर दीजिए, and so the entrepreneurship as well as the content creators are both there at this point. And I think in PUBG has shown that we can play at the top level. Jonathan, who streams on our platform, top guys on PUBG worldwide now. So I think with the other games also you'll see the same thing. So once that happens, I think you'll see a big change. Even with the viewership numbers will increase. Already they're a bit bigger than a lot of Premier League games and Formula One games. So the races. So I think it's a really, really interesting time.
So Raman must be saying, "आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर कि हम 1 million followers मुझे सब्सक्राइबर्स मिल जाए, जितना जल्दी हो जाए बहुत अच्छी बात है." ईशान साहब आप बताइए.
रमन, मैं कह रहा था रमन जीतेंगे तभी हम जीतेंगे, बिना रमन के जीते हम नहीं जीत पाएंगे.
नहीं, इसलिए हमने इसके साथ शुरुआत की ये सेशन की.
Correct.
तो ईशान साहब आप बताइए.
Hi Anil, thanks again for having me here. Yeah, as everybody mentioned, right, the viewership for gaming, the excitement around it is increasing as we've all seen. And as an esports organizer, we are coming in to try and fill this void in esports content, because the only way there will be more people interested in playing and participating and following what's happening is when they can feel it, when they can hear about it, when they can see it. And that's where we've sort of tried to adopt a slightly different approach to esports in India than all the other organizers. We've shifted from one-off events to something of a much longer calendar, following broadcast learnings from industries like sports, and that is tried and tested over decades. Right, they've nearly perfected the formula of how to deliver exciting, engaging content on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And we are trying to integrate as much of that as possible into our story of esports to drive up that engagement. And it's worked phenomenally. 6 months ago.
Make it simple. What do you do? You have talk shows, you have chat shows live, you have conversations with gamers, you have you're building the profiles. There's so much you can do. You're
exactly
great moments during a tournament which you're putting out there.
So the age-old accepted expectation from an esports event in India was you put in some money, you slap on some logos, you broadcast over 7 days or one weekend, and you're done with it, right? Your marketing guy is happy, your players get something to do, but in the overall grand scheme of things, it does nothing. We wanted to create something where there is genuine value for players, and more importantly, they have somewhere to go with it, because now we've got a massive library of content. We're broadcasting these guys as the superstars of our esports ecosystem 7 days a week for 6 months at a stretch and across multiple games. So, we're not leaving anybody out. Everybody has an opportunity. We're doing player profiles, interview, team profiles, highlights. All of it is amplified with additional content on social media. So everything you'd expect. So as a fan of football, I follow the Premier League, any match, whether it's the worst two teams in the league or the best two teams in the league. I'm going to take out time and I'm going to watch. And it's similar to what you'd expect from traditional top tier sports broadcast that we're looking to integrate. And the response has been great. Last 6 months, we did a campaign. We got 500,000 views over 6 months. Today, last 3 weeks, I am touching 1 million views over my latest campaign, right? That's the kind of growth we've seen. That's the kind of response. The participation numbers are up. The excitement, the engagement around the daily, weekly content we're putting out is going up. So, there's something about what we're doing which which is resonating with everyone, right? Because they're already used to this with their football, with their cricket, how they see their teams and players every day, every week on social media. We're giving them that with esports, and these guys are enjoying it. And that's the void we're looking to fill. And coming from a content background like Raman here, I've been through that journey, understanding what people want, how they want, and just sort of regularizing that expectation that yes, every day in the evening, just like my favorite sports league or my favorite TV show, I can set aside 90 minutes, 2 hours, and watch my favorite teams or my favorite game every day with these guys.
Fantastic. Actually, Raman and Ishana amongst the AVGC 40 under 40 winners. We had 40 people were amongst that list, and they belong to that category. Piyush, on to you. Router. Lots of sports fans on the platform, expanding, got tied up with one AI company recently. IPL, trying to bump up the IPL engagement on the platform. How's it going? Piyush, unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself, Piyush.
So thanks first for the opportunity, and good to meet all the panelists here. Yeah, so for us, streaming has been a sort of a business or a feature that we have been building for almost 18 months now. A lightning sort of a thing that stuck us early 2019 when we were deciding to move on to sports content, and to do UGC was always our aim. And we realized that, if we were to follow other social platforms where people upload videos, images, etc., we would go nowhere, because you can't compete with technology, features which have been done so well by global players and Indian successful startups like ShareChat and so many of them. So for us, the thesis was that we wanted to do something in real time, and streaming is the way to go about it. Also, with sports, there's a very interesting connection between the reaction of fans that happen in real time, right? People talk the maximum about sports when the matches are on, and the intensity goes down at least after the match, and it kind of builds up when the match is about to start. So yeah, so we launched our live audio and video feature during last year's IPL and World Cup, and it started to pick up. We saw a lot of these YouTube content creators, Instagrammers who used to do commentary here and there, and they used to develop some audio video content. They sort of flocked to us, and we created a community, and we sort of built this entire thing about having like 10 languages, 10 different set of commentators, which has now grown to about 100 concurrent commentators while a match is going on, and all of this is UGC. And this technology took us some time to sort of build it.
And they're doing only audio commentary. You're not using the Hotstar video.
No, not at all. We don't want to. It's UGC, and there's nothing to do with any content video which is copyrighted. Yeah, of course. We can't anyways do it. We don't allow them. The technology doesn't allow them.
Over, right?
No, it's voice. It's also video, but they're there. Like we are talking right now, they're there, and they can talk about it. And then we have built features where 3 people are talking to each other, 3 video chats. 3 people are doing video chat, etc. So that sort of took about 7-8 months to completely scale, stabilize, etc. And then COVID happened, and we were all set to do IPL, and it didn't happen. And then That is the time we had done a bit of a thesis on what kind of, so we knew that the logical extension of this product would be to get into gaming content. And our thesis was very clear, and I think it's a global knowledge that 70 to 80% of content in gaming is streaming, right? So there was no two ways about it. We knew in March end that sports is not going to come for at least 4-5 months, at least the Indian sport or cricket if you talk about. So we said, okay, let's give game streaming a try and let's see how it works out. So we built our technology in about 4 to 5 weeks, started doing our beta testing, etc., and it started to scale from June. And yeah, in the last 3 months, it's scaled massively. We have added more than 1.5 million users on our app each month, with great engagement. Our ratings have gone up to almost 4.7, 4.8, and yeah, it's been a tremendous response. So right now, we are trying to balance the sports streaming and game streaming as content pieces, and the entire gameplay. And as you rightly said, the reason we tied up with this Canadian machine learning company is to now sort of start building technology or the recommendation engine around data, and then see how we can scale at large. But yeah, we come from that perspective of sports as well as gaming coming together under one roof.
Yeah. So Raman makes money on YouTube thanks to all the monetization they have. What about guys on your platforms? How are they going to make money? The guys are going to use your platform for streaming.
So for us, I mean, see, in game streaming, it largely is a very proven monetization model. You look at Twitch, you look at Huya, you look at Douyu in China.
Luna's coming now. Luna's coming on Amazon.
Correct. So all the three big players globally have very successfully shown the path to monetization. Right, the user monetization is a big play. 90% of revenue made by all the three players is through user monetization. Only the 10% is through advertising. Now, coming back to your question of how do they make money, it's a very simple play of you pay good publishers to create content on your platform. You first monetize it through advertising, which we are already doing. We opened our advertising monetization channel almost a year and a half back. So we have a pipeline, we have a set of brands, we have a certain partnerships, etc. Then you provide them a distribution model of how that can get distributed over, both the apps, website. For example, Paytm is one of our partners. So how do we provide a distribution over there? Samsung is again one of our partners. And then eventually take them to a scale where they can monetize their content on their own. Something what is happening at YouTube, and as Anirudh rightly said, that there are a lot of things which are there on these big platforms, but are not customized for Indian audience. And that is where perhaps all 3-4 Indian players which are there in the market can start to build up. It's a very, very big market. And I think there's a space for a lot of, big companies to survive.
Rio still around? Rio's around, or is that gone?
Yeah, they're around. Yeah. So they're also doing fairly well. For us, we find inspiration from Loco and Rio both. Rio has been around for about a year and a half, and they've built great technology. And of course, Loco has also scaled up, quite well over the last 6 to 7 months. So yeah, so that's where things are. We have seen great numbers, and we strongly believe in this category to now thrive from here. I think the next 3 years, streaming will become at least a 10 to 15% of revenue share for the overall gaming market. That is what the global trend is. You look at China, you look at US, everywhere, streaming grows very, very fast.
Fantastic.
So yeah.
So Anirudh and Ishan, over to you guys, and then baad mein Raman ke paas.
Yeah, I mean, I think, before monetization, I always say it's important to create engagement and to create that fan love, because that's what will ultimately, draw advertisers to you, or whether you want to use, direct to consumer transaction methods, those will also work well. So I think getting that engagement right is really important. And I think for us, the biggest advantage, I would say, or the biggest source of inspiration for us is that just like Raman has stared at the subscriber count being 0, I've done the same thing, right? Whether it's with Filter Copy or Dice Media, or Ishan has done the same thing. You start at 0. So you know what it feels when your stream gets 5 people, 10 people, what, if you are not from, a place where you have that kind of money, that, shit, how am I going to make this money, right? So money becomes an issue, right? So we have a very simple framework for how we build our product. From on the streamer side, we call it Paisa Nasha Pyar, right? So
Paisa Nasha Pyar. Wow.
Yeah. So which means Paisa, you want people to make money, you want them to have a business, whether that's your tournament organizers, whether it's streamers, um, Nasha, because that's what we are all here for. We love gaming. We all play tons of games all the time. And I think we have a lot of gamers running key functions. And I think that's really important. And I think to what Piyush said, I don't know how many times the YouTube guys have called Raman, but we talk to our streamers all the time, right? And we was talking to one of the biggest streamers in India, and he said to me that, "Yaar, Anil bhai, मेरे को ये वाला feature चाहिए." Literally 2 weeks later, that feature showed up. He had asked YouTube the same thing, and obviously they're much larger, so it takes them time to get that out. So I think that's the biggest advantage, David always has over Goliath, is that it can run faster. So I think that's really important. So building that engagement is going to be important. I think the monetization on this is not going to be problematic in terms of how do we do it. Like you said, I think there are well-established models, and you will innovate on, and we're already starting to do some of that on direct to fan sort of models. But getting that engagement first is really, really important. And I think for us, the big advantage is that we have huge trust with advertisers, right? We've delivered great engagement, great results for a lot of them, right? Our retention rate on advertisers is over 70% year on year. So a lot of those guys now say, okay, they don't know anything about gaming, right? This is where we are. This is like 2015 in digital video. They're like, बताओ जरा gaming में क्या है? मतलब, what is happening? It sounds interesting. My kid is playing it. My nephew knows a little bit about, Jonathan and Scout and Thug and these guys, but there is, they don't know what to do. So we are already hand holding them in, right? And obviously these deals are not, huge deals right away, but they are now seeing that value. We are providing that customer service to help them get comfortable. On the at the same time, we're doing that for streamers as well, right? So I think that the key, to getting to that point where Piyush is saying the 15%, 20% type number, obviously is building engagement for direct to consumer to work, and then building trust with advertisers where they see that sort of engagement. And engagement in gaming is rabid, right? It's crazy. Like it's, there's a reason all of us are, see any chat with any big streamer, you would see it. Like the love is rabid. People want to interact with the streamers. So the engagement level is high. So now it's just a matter of translating that for our advertisers and giving it to them in a safe and conducive manner where they can keep coming back. And we've already seen that. We've worked with a lot of the brands who are already in gaming, and now we're getting non-endemic brands to come in as well, which is the key, right? When, and to Ishan, I think mentioned cricket. I always give this comparison. We are in early 90s if you were to compare it to cricket, right? We've had some successes, Ravi Shastri's won the
70s,
Roddy.
not in 90s, 70s.
And in 90s, we've done reasonably well on some international forums. We have a good, big enough 100 million people are, playing these games. There are famous guys like, I get calls like Scout, Jonathan. There are these top guys get a rabid fan love. Mortal, like we have a helpline and a thing where people just keep messaging me saying, can you connect me to Scout? Scout bhaiya kahan hai? Yeah, Jonathan se mila do. Right. So that fan love is very high. I think we just have to find that the right model, and I think we're just there. And like I say, MS Dhoni is not come yet. Kohli is not come yet. So you're going to see some big successes here. It's just a matter of being patient and building the ecosystem in a sensible manner.
Actually, Dhoni and I think Virat Kohli are long time. We still have to discover our Gavaskars.
No, we are there. I think that I disagree with you on. If you see PUBG Mobile, I think
PUBG is history now. So you've got.
No, that's fine, but that opens up. Yeah, but I think it opens up the FPS gaming on mobile. That category didn't exist, right? So if you look at the competitive gaming, I think we have really concentrated on building that category. I think you're going to see similar guys and similar teams now starting to pick up in Call of Duty, and there's going to be other publishers. We know for sure.
Whatever, yeah.
Like all the big FPS games are going to come on mobile, like in the next year. I mean, that's the they've all seen this big number, and I actually think weirdly enough, the PUBG ban is obviously hurts all of us in the short run, but in the medium to long run, it's not a bad thing because now you get more categories can build, and people are playing GTA now. Suddenly, GTA will become a category. Your people playing Call of Duty will become a category. Free Fire is a category. So you are actually going to have a broadening of the category. So I think it's very exciting, and building the fandom around it is very important. And I think that's kind of what Ishan is also doing with sort of the stuff that, a lot of the tournaments and the talk shows that people are doing, that builds the fandom. That's what ESPN built for other sports. And we need that.
What Piyush has gotten ML and AI into it. Ishan, what's your game?
Again, it's about creating value for the people who are putting in the money right now.
And
That's
value
your
is not money
sponsors.
today. Value is not money today. Immediately.
No, yes, of course. This is in terms of credible visibility with the right audience, right? We're not just throwing senseless numbers. Hey, I gave you 50 million impressions, but it doesn't matter whether it's the right audience or not. It doesn't matter whether they care about your product or not, right? Here, we're giving them sustained visibility with nicely curated content modules that people want to watch, where the brand is integrated. We're not just slapping a logo on and be like, hey, here is your sponsored tournament. So with our longer calendar of events, we've actually managed to provide these brands a platform where they can actually continue to pivot in terms of their messaging, their product focus over a longer period. And that actually also doesn't get stale for the people watching, because they're not looking at the same ad or having the same product talked about, or same thing shown over and over again for 6 months. And this actually relieves a lot of the pressure on the marketing guys, because they don't have to keep going every 30 days to find a new type of activity to talk about the new campaign or the new product launch. It's already there, and we find meaningful ways to integrate it into our calendar. And that's why we've had a lot of interest from a lot of the streaming platforms to acquire rights to have this sort of content to feed to their audiences. Because right now there is a focus on, of course, creating the fandom, as Anirudh mentioned, around these superstars of gaming, the content creators, the influencers, right? Esports is a slightly more formal ecosystem compared to that, where you have your teams, you have a bit of a structure. So this sort of provides a fixed calendar of content that a streamer or influencer will not be able to match up, right? Even though it's not going to probably live up in scale to that, but it fills this void that creates this base. All right, every day we've got XYZ always happening for our audience, and then on top of that you got your big guys as well. So it also leads to a great trickle down effect, gets more people into esports, and then allows, again, your advertisers and sponsors to see, all right, there's even more happening, so we should pump in the investment. And how we keep players happy, right? Another conversation was how the monetization is there for the streamers, the people putting in the work and effort, right? For the same way, in our system of events and leagues, there's as much spreading the wealth as possible. Right. Traditional tournaments over the years in India, you're going to have your first, second, third place. They're going to take 99% of your prize pool. And, the 200 teams behind them have absolutely nothing to play for. Right. And I think this is one of the biggest shortcomings, because this is something the organizers need to step up and fix. The players will not. Right. We as organizers need to create value for players so that they see this as a viable future for themselves, because without the players there are no viewers, without the viewers there is no event, I have no job, right? So
you're no company, no job, nothing.
Absolutely. I'm just a guy who's like,
and you like your gaming, so you might as well become a streamer yourself.
I was in a different life, right? I was so we try and create that earning potential for as many people as possible, where our prize money is split all the way down to top 8, if not top 16 teams, depending on the event. Beyond that, we create a lot of fan engagement where fans get to vote on who had like play of the tournament, like a goal of the season award. It's a sponsored award, so there's a lot of engagement around branded content. Fans get involved, and the players are incentivized to share to their family, their friends, vote for me and help me win this. The products are going out to players and fans, so the sponsors even happier. There are MVP awards in the tournament, and a lot of times we've seen teams outside the top teams have a representative in the MVP leaderboard, right? They may have been knocked out, but their player, their brand, their team name is up there still throughout the tournament. And it's this kind of value that we feel the community's really responded to well. That's really helped elevate everything we've been doing, and we're doubling down with even bigger events. I think just yesterday we announced a new partnership, and as a result, we were transparent with our players. We're like, look, you guys have made this event big. That has allowed us to bring on a new partner, and you're going to see the benefit. Starting now, the prize pool is increased 33% for you guys, because you're the ones who are helping us make this bigger. There's no reason that we don't give back to you.
Well done, really well done. So, Raman चोपड़ा साहब, आपको तो नाइटमेयर्स होते रहेंगे, मैं कल क्या नया डालूं, हर दिन इनोवेट करना पड़ता है.
हाँ, वो सोचना पड़ता है. लाइक अगर जैसे नहीं
रेपिटेटिव नहीं हो जाता है कुछ समय के बाद.
होता है, कई बार होता है, पर जो आपके लॉयल व्यूवर्स होते हैं ना, तो वो आपको सपोर्ट करते हैं. उनको बस ये है कि आप लाइव आओ, इंटरेक्ट करो, आप कुछ भी खेलो, हम आपको देखेंगे. तो मेन चीज ये रहती है. तो कई बार होता है कि हाँ, कि जैसे सेम चीज चल रहा है. वैसे मैं बहुत सारी गेम्स खेलता हूँ, और जितनी भी अपकमिंग गेम्स आती है, लाइक जब लॉन्च होती है, मैं उसी दिन वो सारी गेम भी खेलता हूँ. तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता, वैरायटी आती रहती है. पर कई बार होता है जैसे हम एक ही गेम खेल रहे हैं, लाइक अगर वैलोरेंट खेला, अब वही मैंने आज भी खेला, कल भी खेला, जीटे खेला, आज भी खेला, कल भी खेला, सेम चीज लग रही है, पर व्यूवर के साथ इंटरेक्शन चलता रहता है ना, तो वो लोग बोर नहीं होते. उनको पता है कि भाई ये बंदा सिर्फ गेम नहीं खेल रहा. अगर कई लोगों ने सिर्फ गेम देखना है, तो ऑफलाइन वीडियो बहुत सारी मिल जाएंगी जिसपे मिलियंस में व्यू है, तो वो जस्ट एक ओपन करके वो वीडियो देख लेंगे, गेम प्ले देख लेंगे. पर लाइव स्ट्रीम पे ऑडियंस का ये रहता है कि उन्हें लगता है एक रियल बंदा लाइव टाइम पे स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, मैं इससे कुछ पूछूंगा या कुछ भी बात करूंगा तो मुझे जवाब मिल रहा है, तो वो कनेक्ट होते हैं. तो वो गेम के साथ साथ में उनको कमेंट्री मिलती है, कमेंट्री के साथ में उनके साथ बातचीत हो रही है, तो वो काफी अच्छा उनको वो एंजॉय करते हैं कि भाई मेरी एक स्ट्रीमर से बात हो रही है, मुझे रिप्लाई मिल रहा है, वो गेम भी खेल रहा है. तो ऐसे चलता रहता है.
तो आपका सेटअप थोड़ा प्रोफेशनल लग रहा है, सेमी भी नहीं, थोड़ा प्रोफेशनल लग रहा है आपका सेटअप.
हाँ जी.
तो आप सोनी का कैमरा यूज कर रहे हो, कौन सा?
नहीं, ये बाय द वे जस्ट एक लॉजिटेक का C922 कैमरा है, और रिसेंटली एक एनवीडिया का वो आया था, अपडेट आया था, एक एनवीडिया ब्रॉडकास्ट एप्लीकेशन आया था, जो कि आपके वेब कैमरा को DSLR जैसा लुक दे देता है. तो ये मैंने वो चालू किया हुआ है.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
एक 9000 का कैमरा है, जो कि 60-70 हजार वाला लुक दे रहा है.
मुबारक हो. जुगाड़ तो सब गेमर, सब स्ट्रीमर करते हैं, बहुत जुगाड़ करते हैं.
हाँ जी.
आपको बहुत जुगाड़ करना पड़ता है.
स्टार्टिंग बॉक्स रखा हुआ, उस पर भी मैंने सेकंड मॉनिटर रखा हुआ है, तो मैं भी आपको ऐसे दिखा नहीं सकता. पर मेरा
दिखाइए, मैं सिर्फ बात कर रहा था. और आप आपने अपना डे जॉब छोड़ दिया कि आप कुछ दुकान चलाते हो और ये
नहीं, बाय द वे मेरा फादर का कंस्ट्रक्शन का बिजनेस है. हम वो पेट्रोल पंप कंस्ट्रक्ट करते हैं, लाइक इंडियन ऑयल, भारत पेट्रोलियम. तो पहले मैं वही करता था, तो रात में होता था कि मैं स्ट्रीम करता था. तो पर जब मेरा फोकस यहाँ पे बनने लगा, थोड़ा इनकम यहाँ से आने लगा, मुझे फील हुआ कि हाँ, यहाँ पे मैं एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ और वो काम में मैं एंजॉय नहीं कर रहा. तो जैसे जैसे थोड़ा रेवेन्यू भी बढ़ा, तो मुझे लगा कि ये स्टेबल है. लाइक दिमाग में हमेशा होता था कि यार ये गेमिंग क्या आगे इसमें फ्यूचर है, ये है नहीं है, पर मैंने कहा ट्राई करके देखते हैं. हमारे पास वैसे भी बैकअप तो एक है, लाइक अगर आप कर रहे हो तो आपके पास कुछ बैकअप दिमाग में होना चाहिए, या आपकी पढ़ाई पूरी कंप्लीट होनी चाहिए कि अगर आपको कुछ बाद में दिक्कत हो तो आपके पास एक जरिया हो कि आप वहां से कुछ कमा सको. तो अभी मैं कम से कम आई थिंक 2 साल से फुल टाइम स्ट्रीमर हूँ मैं.
और पापा नाराज है?
नहीं, वो मेरा एक बड़ा भाई भी है, तो वो हैंडल कर रहा है.
So like him, Anirudh, like him, many other people are likely to in the future give up their day jobs and possibly build the audiences, which is what your dream is, I believe, all of you all. Because from that, you aggregate these guys on your platform, you aggregate advertisers and other partnerships, which allows you to monetize your platform. You have investments going in. This is to Piyush, to Ishan, and to Anirudh. So this ecosystem has to grow.
Yeah, I think for us, it's very simple. We can start off as a hobby, as Raman said, where he's just trying it out, and then if he feels it's working well, then that can translate into a full-time career. I think now that the monetization, I think, is not really a big problem yet.
But there are enough advertisers backing you all, because I'm not
there'll
seeing
never be
the levers, I'm not seeing the FFCG And the big
Yeah,
categories
it'll
coming
never
in.
be, right? The advertising is always reactive. So that's why I'm saying you have to first create value before demanding, any sort of pricing. So I think providing that consistency of product, providing the safety of that product, those are important things before, of course, apart from reach, providing that is important before advertisers switch en masse, right? So, but I don't think that's far away. I think that, just during the lockdown itself, the interest has grown phenomenally. Like, our sales team is so busy right now that we have to turn down engagements because we're saying, okay, let us just figure out this month what we're doing, let's figure out what we're doing next month, like just figuring that out. And the demand for the streamers is extremely high, right? And so anything we're doing has a streamer bundled into it as well, right? So it's actually interesting, and that model will definitely emerge for India. I think the important thing is to make sure that people can stream easily, can stream comfortably, find the right audiences quickly. Those are important things. And I think one of the things you'll see, which is very different, and I think Raman touched on it a little bit, it's different from general entertainment content, right? So a difference between, say, a filter copy and a gaming channel is that filter copy can make one video a week and be okay, because that's the way that model works, right? People understand it's produced content, and so same way that a film can come once in 3 months or 6 months, whatever, right? But for streaming, the cadence of streaming is really important. So people who stream every day often beat people who are much more skilled, right? Because they provide that community with not only entertainment, with a sense of companionship. Often they provide that fun to them every day, and that's a consistent thing. So to your point on whether it gets boring, actually it's kind of the opposite. They want that guy to play every day, and I think that's the biggest thing we've seen. So it's almost like, and if you change slots, it's a big issue for them. So it's kind of an old tune
It's
and
the same
viewing
way
as well.
you'd watch a TV show, right?
Yes.
7 to 8, I'm going to sit down with my food and watch my favorite show. Same way, I here it's a lot more interactive. That's the biggest change.
Yeah, and then the fact that you're dealing with this dynamic community, Piyush, you have to keep innovating yourself also, because they run ahead of you, they'll go to another platform, and if a platform is innovating faster.
Yeah, so and for that reason, I think technology comes into a huge play here. What kind of technology you have built, how stable is your platform, how are you getting them audience, how are you adding features, as Anirudh said, all of that comes into play. And the feedback mechanism in this industry has to be very, very strong, which is where the community team, the community managers, how often they are talking to streamers, all that come into play. When it comes to streamers going from one platform to the other, I think that's very usual. Again, it works like all artists. Like, they're artists at the end of the day. They have a talent, they're creating content that they own, and the platform that they're streaming on owns. And I think it's fair for them to explore different channels and to figure out where they're getting the right kind of audience. But again, one streamer sitting on one platform for a very long time is not going to be the ideal scenario, because you need to move on and get to newer audience to grow your own base as well. So that is one. And the other thing which is very interesting about this space is the fact that who owns the content, which makes this space potentially huge in future. That 1 hour of content that Raman is creating is something that he owns, and he can create 5 hours every day, or he creates 10 hours every 2 days or whatever, is something that is in his control, and therefore he's able to sort of monetize it. So I think this piece of content, which is owned by the creator, and he has multiple channels to broadcast it and to distribute it, is the power that all these gamers and game streamers have. And the more they stream, the more new gamers will learn how to play as well as them, and therefore more streamers will be created. So I mean, we also very sincerely feel it's very, very early days of this market, very early days. I think by mid of next year, we'll start to see some signs of where the numbers are heading. And, in another 2 years, we'll see a very considerable part of the industry coming in, where you'll see broadcasters then suddenly waking up and taking a note of this amazing amount of content which is available, which they are not, reaching out to. So let's see. I mean, it's a huge learning curve for us.
Okay,
Every
so
day
yeah,
is a
I'm
new
going to
learning.
I'm going to interrupt you right now. In terms of, so you have live streaming, then you also have. आपको लगता है कि आपका कंटेंट रमन आपका वीडियो ऑन डिमांड पे चलेगा?
वीडियो ऑन डिमांड लाइक कैसे?
अब कोई ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म पे डाल दो, लोग
ओटीपी
पे करेंगे देखने के लिए?
हाँ, लोग जैसे अभी यूट्यूब पे भी है, लोग मेंबरशिप लेते हैं, तो हाँ ऐसे चलेगा। पर बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं कि ऐसा जो कि जैसे कई लोग यंग होते हैं, लाइक 15 साल के 16 साल के बच्चे भी होते हैं जो वो शायद पे नहीं कर सकते।
तो
तो
अनिरुद्ध,
वहाँ
सॉरी रमन बैक, स्पीक।
हाँ जी, तो वहाँ ये होता है कि वहाँ पे फिर वो दिक्कत हो सकती है कि क्योंकि हर कोई पैसा प्रोवाइड नहीं कर सकता देखने के लिए। तो फिर यूट्यूब ऐसा है कि फ्री प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप आराम से देख सकते हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। और जैसे मेंबरशिप लेना है, अगर यहाँ पे ऑप्शन है जैसे यूट्यूब पे, अगर आप कोई चाहता है मेंबरशिप लेना है, 159 रुपीज या 59 रुपीज की मेंबरशिप है, वो ले लिया, एवरी मंथ वो दे रहा है। तो कई लोग हैं अपनी तरफ से कर रहे हैं कि मैंने एक सब्सक्रिप्शन ली हुई है पेड वाली, और ये बंदा मुझे एंटरटेन कर रहा है। और जो लोग नहीं अफोर्ड कर सकते वो वैसे देख रहे हैं।
नहीं, आप अपना चैनल क्रिएट कर सकते हैं बियॉन्ड दिस, जहां पे आप और कंटेंट डालोगे, इसके अलावा और क्रिएट कर सकते हो थोड़ा। यहाँ पे आप ट्रेलर्स डालिए, जैसे आजकल फिल्म वाले ट्रेलर्स डालते हैं यूट्यूब पे और अपना रिलीज करते हैं ओटीटी पे।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी। नहीं, मैंने ऐसा सोचा तो था कि कोई एक और चैनल भी क्रिएट करना चाहिए, पर फिर मैंने सोचा जब एक ही चैनल है तो इसी को क्यों ना आगे लेके जाए, सारी मेहनत इसी पे करें। क्योंकि ये एक बनाए फिर दूसरे पे बनाए, ये दोनों पे ध्यान दे, इससे अच्छा एक ही पे जहाँ एक जगह
लेकिन
फोकस है वहीं पे करते
आप
हैं।
अपनी सब अंडे एक ही बास्केट में डाल रहे हो, वो सही है क्या?
हाँ, वो सही है वैसे।
ठीक है, अनिरुद्ध, so what to you and then Piyush and Ishan.
Yeah, I think your question on whether VOD content versus live content, I think they're very structurally different pieces of content. So very similar to sports. Often, if you're a competitive gamer, people want to watch the game. So when after the game is over, the game has less value. The highlights have more value. So that is something that is something that you'll see with live streams. The second thing is that if you have a streamer like Raman, or if you go and see Raman's content, which I've seen in the past, you will see Fall Guys bhi khel raha hai, kabhi PUBG khel raha hai, kabhi WWE khel raha hai. So his community is about him. It's less about the game, right? Whereas for some of the other guys, they're watching them because they're the Sachin Tendulkar of that game. They're just watching for pure skill. Right. So there are different types of guys, and so you'll see there are guys like God Nixon, who's also on our platform, who just make VOD content, and they will create that. So I think to what Piyush was saying, we are at a very early stage right now. After a couple of years, you're going to see subcategories inside this content also show up, right? So recently, we've seen Among Us has been trending on our platform, right? That came from nowhere. It just started trending itself. We did not do anything about it. So I think that you're going to see different types of content and different streams come up, and different streamers have their MO. If you go to OTT platforms, I feel that the OTT platforms have a natural disadvantage against guys like us because they don't have guys like Raman. So unless they start signing up guys like Raman, which then they have UGC on their platform, which is then a giant khichdi. Like, how do you, like, what kind of ML are you going to use, right? And this is the problem that Facebook faces all the time, and so does YouTube. When they make originals, then they cannot push the originals above their content creators. And so they are always stuck in this no man's land where they don't want to admit they're a media company. And on the other side, they want to say they're a tech company. So they get stuck. Whereas Hotstar or Netflix are saying, okay, like, we're a media company or whatever, and our original content will show up front and center. And so I think they have a natural disadvantage if they just do it through that platform. So I think you will have to have a specialized platform. And I think one thing which we didn't discuss so far, I think very big point is that the Indian need and the Indian context is just very different, right? PC gaming is a very different context. PUBG is a different context, right? Like, there are guys who, if they don't show their face, they don't get any viewership. There are people who show their face, then they don't get any viewership. So it really, really depends on the piece of content, and really contextualizing it for India is super important. And that's why we've invested a lot in building communities in different parts of the country, because they think and behave very differently also.
I understand. So regional is another proposition. Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, you'll have different stars rising in each of these segments. Not and entire GUI will have to be your entire will have to
Yeah,
be.
I mean, I think the great thing with the gaming is that, you know, if you are not physically gifted, you cannot be a great cricketer or you cannot be a great footballer, right? It just cannot happen. You may have some skill, but in gaming, that's very different. And I think you can really, the audience base and the player base is larger. And so you'll often see that overlap being really large. If I don't play PUBG, then there's very little chance that I actually watch it and understand what they're doing, right? It looks random. And which is, I think, the biggest, hurdle for a lot of people who are not gamers, right? It's like, why are they watching? Like, what is going on? It just looks like some random video game. Like, why are they watching?
Yeah.
And once you play the game, then it's like much like the penny will just drop. So I think you're going to see, once the phone games are the biggest, audience spinner here. Because without that, you are not going to, the PC games market is very small. So just, very few people, I know Raman talked about how these guys want to, they see themselves inside him, but that's, I think, his skill as a content creator, and that's amazing that he can do that. But I think a lot of other guys just want to learn, or they want to see what's happening. They quickly want to jump into a custom room with the streamer. So it's not just viewing, right? It's viewing and playing both. So they often rotate between the two. Ki, mujhe ek chance milega. There's a great video, if you haven't checked out, of Dynamo, and all these guys go to Dynamo and they start, bowing down in front of Dynamo on a map. Ki bhai, Dynamo bhai. Like, it's as if Salman has shown up himself in a. So that level of fandom, like, that.
Carrie Minati is also pretty big.
Yeah, Carrie's big. Carrie's more like Raman, right? They're more like, I would say, more
I understand. Yeah.
more content creators. Yeah, they're not. They're personalities, and again, they're doing this from sitting from home, and that is the greatest gift. That you could be sitting in, a small village in Bihar or Orissa, and you can still do it because Geo will give you the connection. And we built the tech to help you quickly stream. And then once you get to a more pro level, you'll invest like Raman has. So I think that journey is also becoming now clearer and more accessible to people. And so again, to what you said, that gives you that 1 or 2 year investment period that people like him and us, we're all investing. Maybe there are 5 winners, 2 winners, or 1 winner, but the point is the community will get that investment to actually come up and be great. And that's our final dream, right? Is to see India win, one of the big world championships and actually be there. I mean, there'll be no greater advertisement for the sector than that.
Fantastic. So Piyush and Ishan, your comments before I, yeah.
No, so I mean, I think Anirudh has covered most of the points. Just going back to one of your earlier points on VOD, I think, and we are also trying few formats on that. It would be about how you package well. It can't be an 1 hour of stream being put on as a video and people would do it. And that is where some features needs to be built in. How do you package it? How do you allow people to edit it? So on and so forth. So different content streams or different content formats will come up, but nothing can beat live streaming. In fact, if you look at China, live streaming commerce is much bigger than their typical marketplaces, right? People want to do things in real time, as simple as that. And that is where I think game streaming in itself will open up multiple commerce opportunities in times to come, where people like Raman will tomorrow be selling.
And buying maybe what he's, maybe buying a controller, maybe picking up a controller, maybe picking up headsets.
No, and beyond the categories.
That kind of commerce?
No, beyond categories, they can be selling a shoes or something like that. I mean, and not just selling. They are so convincing, as Anirudh said, that they, when they ask their followers to do X, you have no idea how soon they want to do it, and it's literally like following. So I think this is a creator's business. We are enablers. We are the tech players here. We are the people who are there to make them grow, and through them make the community grow. As long as all of us, believe that we go with the creators, we help them grow, we make features which work for them, we help them monetize at the right time. This is really just the start. I mean, I keep saying this again and again, but I just, because there's a sense of that over the last 3-4 months that we've been in this industry, that this is just the start. If we get right people to come behind us, it's going to be a
there's
much
a question
bigger and a
coming
better journey.
from the audience. They're saying cross-platform players. The same player plays PC, mobile, console. So do we have that kind of a story going on?
Yeah, absolutely. So sorry, So there are a lot of people who are playing across, platforms. As Anirudh again rightly said, India is a smartphone market, smartphone gaming on smartphone market,
That
right?
question was from Imran. That question was from Imran Khan. I just wanted
Okay. So just to answer Imran's question, and thanks Imran for asking it. India is a very, very small market for console, and relatively smaller for PC. 90 to 95% of gamers in India are playing on smartphones, so that is what we have seen, and therefore the technologies or the features that we are building or we are likely to build in future would be around that. But there are, the top perhaps 0.5% to 1% of streamers in India are playing across different devices.
Yeah, and I think just to add to what Piyush said, Imran asked about the emulator story also. तो रमन ने भी देखा होगा वो emulator hate बहुत मिलता है इंडिया में, but I think that's fine. People use emulators to play mobile games. The reality is that those people are usually not competitive gamers. They're just creating entertainment content. So A, they don't deserve that hate, and B, just enjoy the stream for what they're doing, right? They're not trying to prove their skill by playing a mobile game on their PC. And so I think that is okay. The competitive gamers will still have to play on the phone, and you'll be amazed, speaking to Ghatak, who runs Entity, and one of the biggest and most celebrated teams in PUBG teams in India. He started on a very simple Android phone. So it's not like these people are coming with a 2 lakh, 3 lakh room with AC and all that. They're just genuinely putting their effort and then slowly winning things. So I think the emulator thing is not a big problem, and we should just enjoy the content for what it is.
Ishan, you haven't spoken. You've been mum for some time.
Going back to the platform topic, the biggest difference between gaming and any other form of entertainment, whether it's watching something on TV or watching a movie, is that it's interactive. Right. And that's where the content around gaming, be it esports, being live streaming, or watching videos, is the interaction that people look forward to. Whether it's something as simple as going on YouTube and engaging in a discussion on the comment section with somebody, or, it is being part of, 2,000 person live chat during a match supporting your team. Right. That's something a traditional streaming platform or a TV platform will not be able to give. And that's what gamers look forward to when they expect any form of gaming content. And I think that's one of the advantages of streaming on platforms that are made for gaming content and live content consumption, rather than traditional forms trying to pivot to incorporate gaming into their programming.
Yeah, so there's another question from Jayesh now. 2:02 p.m. He says, please give me some time and answer my question. I've been asking many panels. So his question is from Jayesh Adhikari, on community looking for online training classes that will help them better their skills. This will directly impact the engagement level in mid-core and hardcore games, thus contributing to overall ecosystem across viewership, tournament participation, and so on. So do you think that's an opportunity for any of y'all?
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, go ahead, Piyush.
No. I just have a limited point to make. I think there was one thread on Josh Talks which was trending on Twitter for some time over the last 3-4 days, and if you notice, they shared a very interesting learning that they had a lot of these content across YouTube and other platforms, and then they started an English-speaking course, right, where they were teaching people from different parts of the country to just speak English, and it just grew so fast. So I mean, parallel examples. I think certainly it's a very valid point. The more they learn, the more they would produce content. But the last point here being, they learn more from good content creators than just a lesson or anything. It's a very strategy. Most of the games are very strategy games, so it's all about how people take an opportunity. But Anirudh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that we've actually built this. So Jayesh, please go to Loco and you can actually start doing this if you want. So we've built this ability to play with gamers and learn from them. So that's something that, we think that could be an opportunity. I don't know how large the education part of it will be, but it's certainly an interesting thing where you can go hang out with them or learn from them. So you can go ahead and do that.
So Jayesh is referring to gamers classes. Then
Yeah.
Imran has got another question. If you guys, emulators overpower as compared to mobile, for example, Free Fire or PUBG M or CODM, Call of Duty, people get same lobby of. Can you all read it? I'm finding it difficult to read the question.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just say, Imran, that that is something that we're taking care of now. So, his question is more around lobbies being dominated by people with emulators. That's something that we're working on directly. So that should not be an issue in the next 3 to 6 months.
Okay, there's another question from Sagar Gondalekar. Anirudh sir and Piyush, can you please explain, and if Ishan wants to step in also, how did you build the team for creating different platforms like Loco? I mean, it's scary to even try creating a gaming platform where there are giants like YouTube around. He says you've got a lot of balls. Both of you.
No, I think no. It's an interesting. I mean, this is not an easy technology to make, and I think all of us would see that streaming is one expensive technology. Secondly, very difficult to scale and to keep it very stable. But again, I think and I think this is where a lot of entrepreneurs, sort of think that if there is a YouTube for something or Amazon for something, why should we sort of go ahead and do it? What we need to all realize, and this is more of a startup journey answer than to be specific to this category, that big players can't do everything. There are micro segments which are emerging out of even big players, and there are categories getting built, product getting built, and we are just making an attempt in the same direction, that YouTube perhaps has all the content. I mean, they have OTT content, and why was there the Netflix or for that matter anything else? Why are there music apps if YouTube has all the music in the world? The fact is that we all want customization. Users want their platform to understand them better and serve them better content, and that is where a local player with a local understanding, which can do hand holding of creators and viewers, comes into play. So it's never a problem to sort of think of something beyond YouTube.
So I believe large testicles is what you need in this business.
I mean, yeah, you need to have a vision, and then I think the bigger part here is to understand India as a market. I mean, if you understand India as a market, you would not get scared, because different products are catering to different audiences, and there is just so much to be there. Yeah, so nothing to get scared of.
No, I'm not saying no. I mean, I began Indian television after all the big babies came 20 years ago.
Correct.
Microsites like Animation Express, Radio and Music. Then we've got Telechakka, which is a massive 100 million following site with 1 billion views. So I understand that, but it's frightening for somebody who's watching you all guys do it. It's not an easy thing to experience.
Yeah, the only point that I'll make is that when you're making a technology product, focus on technology, focus on the right tech people, focus on the right things, and rest will follow, of course. We all learn with time.
Okay, now there's a question from Blake Merriam. This is a very engaging. Your guys seem to be having a lot of people asking you all questions. They probably think you're knowledgeable, which you're all learning in this ecosystem. So are there any notable differences in streaming viewership behavior, interest in different parts of India? North versus South, Tier 1 versus small cities?
Should I go? Okay, so very quickly, there is a difference. Clearly, there is a difference. At least we see that the engagement from South of India is of another level. For perhaps a number of reasons, that when you see a streamer from South come in, their community is much more sticky. They are able to converse in their language and so on and so forth. And therefore, the engagement of regional streamers is higher than engagement of English or Hindi streamers, purely because they find their tribe and they're able to engage much better. And as more language streamers will come in, this will continue to sort of grow. But largely, gaming has grown very well in different parts of the country, and therefore gaming is not like a typical other categories phenomena where it is metro or top 10 city centric. It's actually very well spread across at least the top 80 to 100 towns.
Yeah, Anirudh, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Piyush is saying. I think the community is far and wide in India, and you will see that uh, they're from all over really, and that's very heartening to see. I think the viewership difference often comes in terms of the actual game itself, right? So, for example, Free Fire, because it worked better on slightly, more, early stage phones or things with smaller memory and stuff. So you'll see a different clientele for that versus a PUBG, which was more widespread. But the games are improving, so they're changing as well. Call of Duty feels is also more upper end in that way. So I think the differences I see mostly are between your competitive gamers and your lifestyle streamers, and that's the most important thing.
And what about having the guts to stay on and get into where there are giants treading?
I mean, giants always give me confidence because they move slowly. So the only
And
advantage
also,
yeah, sorry, go ahead, Vish.
sorry, no, go ahead, Gandhar. I was just adding. You finish your point, then I'll tell you another point. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me that's always an advantage. I don't feel that is a disadvantage ever, right? And you can never beat them at their own game. So you can see YouTube really prior. See, we run a big YouTube channel, so I have a lot of love and respect for YouTube. But YouTube is focused a lot on VOD and pushing that, right? So you will
Correct.
see, trending. You got a trending tab. Why is there live not there? You have to click one more, then go into the live tab. But then also gaming as a separate section, right? That's because just like you said, they're trying to do everything, which is what they are. They are a top of the funnel general entertainment platform. And will we get as big as YouTube? No. That's the game we're in. We're never going to be as big as them. Are we going to be bigger than their gaming section? Probably.
Yeah.
And we have a great shot. So I think that's
well said.
Yeah. So that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, sorry, continue, Piyush.
No, I just want to add one more point that it's good that there are big players in the market who started this because YouTube created the first set of streamers who got confidence to stream and they got a certain following, and now we are creating a better distribution channel for their content. So one, it helps in starting a category. It's a little easier when you have bigger players already doing something in that space. Secondly, it sort of gives confidence to investors and everybody else around that there is a huge market which is there to be taken, and therefore to coexist with big players as one has seen across all categories is never a problem. It's actually a very big advantage that there are some big players who have attempted something in that direction, and you can probably go ahead and do it better. And very rightly, as Anirudh said, that we can perhaps be bigger than the gaming part of what YouTube does, and that's a very, very good possibility in future.
Fantastic. But life is going to get more complicated with Luna coming in. I don't know whether it'll get traction here, whether it'll be pushed here. I don't know that. Twitch is all right in India. It's not massive. Like, I hope you all guys get bigger than Twitch, much bigger. Are you already bigger than Twitch?
I think I don't know their analytics, but I can tell you without a doubt they are larger than Twitch when it comes to India. It's just the discoverability on a platform that serves you content that is relevant to you and in your local language that is enough to beat out the likes of Twitch. I can tell you count an endless list of streamers from India who have tried and failed on Twitch in the past 2 or 3 years, myself being one of them. It's just because it's easier for me to find an audience for myself on a platform like YouTube. And then going back to the point Anirudh and Piyush made about your regional content creators, they're never going to find their audience on Twitch, right? But YouTube already has that massive VOD audience that is consuming content in Kannada, Telugu, Hindi, and a dozen other languages. And I think a lot of the traction you guys are getting right now is outside Hindi as well.
और रमन भाई आपसे पूछने का था रमन, आपका जो आप कंटेंट क्रिएट कर रहे हो हर रोज, कहाँ से लोग देखते हैं? क्या साउथ से अलग है? कुछ फर्क है? नॉर्थ में फर्क है? ईस्ट में फर्क है? वेस्ट में फर्क है कुछ?
ज्यादातर जो लोग हैं वो दिल्ली के हैं, पंजाब के हैं और मुंबई के हैं, पाकिस्तान से भी लोग देखते हैं, बांग्लादेश से भी देखते हैं, नेपाल से देखते हैं, तो
लेकिन तमिलनाडु से नहीं देखते और
नहीं देखते, साउथ से भी देखते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग देखते हैं। कई लोग हैं जैसे जिनको, क्योंकि मैं हिंदी में स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, तो कई लोगों को हिंदी समझ नहीं आता,
सही है,
तो वहां पे वो फिर वो चीज लैक हो जाती है, तो वहां साउथ के व्यूअर कम है,
ठीक है,
तो वो
चलो,
थोड़ा दिक्कत होता है।
any last words before we end this? I think we covered almost everything we had to, and we've overstretched by about 45 minutes because the earlier panels were late. Any last words, Ishan? I think we've covered everything, or do you want to touch on anything?
No, I think that's we've covered everything. Overall, it's just a very exciting time. I think you've heard many examples of how what everyone here is doing is actually going to change how people perceive entertainment content, how they want to consume it, how they're allowed to engage with it, whether it's types of content or the platform itself. Right. So we're in for a very exciting next couple of years, I would say.
Yeah. Piyush?
No, I mean, exactly. I think firstly a great session. Even I got to learn a lot. And I think, yeah, it's good that we are talking about streaming now as a separate session, which allows people to understand the potential of it in the future. And again, early days, but very promising start for all of us. And the more gaming market grows, which I think is given, the more streaming will increase and the more creators will come in and everybody will make money. It's a big, big market for everybody.
Anirudh, Raman will speak last. जैसे उन्होंने शुरू किया, वो last
शुरू किया
बोल गया. Anirudh, speak.
अभी तो वो जो कहते हैं ना, अभी तो ट्रेलर ही निकला, पिक्चर तो अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त.
हाँ जी.
Correct.
आप बस वो आपके आखिरी लफ्ज है कि और आप और कुछ कहना चाहोगे?
But I mean, I think we're going to have many of these. So I think I'm excited to see game streaming and esports develop. And like I said, the big dream to have India win a big tournament globally and have our creators and our gamers there would, I think we're not far away. We're probably a year and a half away. So we're going to see that, and a lot of the big teams that are coming, like Ishan was saying, esports teams are also coming. Fnatic is here, TSM is here, Vitality is coming.
You partner with Fnatic, right?
Yeah, we partner with Fnatic. We have a partner with Entity. We have a partner with 8-Bit. So we believe in the community of these teams and the narrative around these teams being built as well. Like cricket needs Virat Kohli, but it also needs Gaurav Kapoor, right? It needs both, and you need fandom, right? If you see ESPN, the content itself, the gaming content itself that ESPN was built on was probably 10-20% of the actual content we created. A lot of it was this other content around it, and I think that you'll see a lot in India. We're good at that stuff, and the regional depth we have is very, 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 very strong. So I think it's very early days, and I'm hoping that we have more of these more gems, and we uncover more gems in these sessions as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Raman. Last words to you.
जैसा सबने बोला ही है, तो अभी आने वाले समय में ये स्ट्रीमिंग और ये गेमिंग का जो चीज़ है ये बहुत ज़्यादा बूम होने वाला है. अगर आपने नोटिस किया होगा तो अभी बहुत सारे सेलिब्रिटीज भी आ रहे हैं जो स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, कॉमेडियन, मैजिशियन, लाइक मेरे थोड़े नोन है. तो अभी हर कोई आ रहा है कि ये लाइक जो लोग पहले कुछ और वीडियो बनाते थे, लाइक जिनका कंटेंट सिर्फ होता था वीडियो बनाना, लाइक मंथ में एक वीडियो एंटरटेन करना, उनके मिलियंस में व्यू होते थे. अभी वही लोग, उन्होंने डेली स्ट्रीमिंग चालू कर ली है. सब लोगों ने अपने अपने एक नए चैनल बना लिए, क्योंकि जो गेमिंग है लोगों ने देख लिया कि सब लोग यहाँ पैसा कमा रहे हैं, एंटरटेन कर रहे हैं, सब लोग एंजॉय करने लगे हैं. तो धीमे धीमे सेलिब्रिटीज भी यहाँ पे स्ट्रीमिंग में आ चुके हैं. अभी बहुत सारे लोग आ चुके हैं और धीमे धीमे ये बड़े जा रहे हैं. वीजे आ चुके हैं, कॉमेडियन आ चुके हैं, म्यूजिशियन आ चुके हैं. अभी शायद आने वाले समय में बॉलीवुड के एक्टर्स भी आ जाए स्ट्रीमिंग में.
नहीं, फिर आपका ऑडियंस कम हो जाएगा यार, क्यों बुला रहे हो?
नहीं, पर हमारे तो लॉयल व्यूअर है ना.
अच्छा,
लॉयल व्यूअर हो तो रहेंगे.
शाहरुख खान को हरा दोगे, जो अच्छा गेमर है वो.
शाहरुख खान को सालों लगेंगे रमन भाई को हराने में. ये यहाँ पे इतना आसान नहीं है किसी को गेमर को पीछे करना.
लेकिन शाहरुख भी अच्छा गेमर है, बहुत गेम खेलता है अपने बेटे के साथ.
फीफा काफी खेलता है.
ये फिर साथ खेलेंगे ना. ये कह सकते हैं.
Well said. It's all about collaboration. Thank you very much for being a part of this session, all of you.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
And thank you for being so frank, Raman, Piyush, Anirudh and Ishan. Thank you very much, and I think it's a wrap up. I'll leave it to Priyanka to say the last word. I keep on saying her words most of the time. I leave it to you, Priyanka. Thank you, guys. Until
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was quite a session, and thank you all for that delightful exchange. This brings us to the end of GEMS Day 1. Once again, I would like to thank all our partners for their support. This event is co-powered by Tata Communications, our associate partner, Cape Titans Games, our support partner, Loco, a Pocket Aces product. On behalf of AnimationExpress.com and IndianTelevision.com Group, I would like to thank you all the speakers and viewers for taking your time out and joining us today. We hope you had a fruitful time. Join us tomorrow for more amazing sessions on gaming, esports, and more. Once again, if Mr. Anil Vanwari, you would like to say one last word for the first day of GEMS 2020. Okay, thank you all and see you tomorrow.